for the priority of the utility. We've got Genginho, who's rocking a tough glass cannon op right now, who's had a bit of a tough game as well. So starting off your opping endeavor on the CT side with the glass cannon, if anything goes wrong here, it's just going to really compound the frustration as this mid fight. Confident from Salsel, but gets met by multiple mollies there in return.
Freeze is just trying to do this the old-fashioned way, just trying to get those aim duels. He's already gotten one. Nade that chase down Linus also puts him within one-shot contention for a headshot from a Galil. But it doesn't even matter. Freeze is just continuing to put the elbow grease in the matter. And he's gotten so much space all by himself. Youngster eventually comes in from the back lines and says no to his shenanigans. But it does still come down to a 3-on-4, where Ozik's quite low on HP. What a pre-fire from Xfloud to watch the angle. All of a sudden, it's in the favor of alternate. If Ozek pushed forward at the right time, I think he might have been able to surprise Genginho. But he is watching the angle now. It's basically a 1v1 for each player. Genginho up against Ozek.
Ooh.
Panics against Youngster.
Good from Ozek.
This is really well timed, like outstandingly timed. This is surely going to catch someone off guard. He can hear both footsteps, and it does come down to just the opper. Surely he's going to be washed. Ooh, and lightning fast from Genginho, and he knows where the last player is, but fighting this angle is so damn difficult, Exner. Oh my god, what a shot. Even with the shadow advantage, he still ends up winning it out.
Wow, that's massive right there. Huge clutch. As I said, he didn't have armor as well. So I was going to say, you know, one bullet lands there from the rifle, and he's toast. He's done for. And again, that's that frustration I was just talking about there. Once you're that glass cannon opper and things start to go wrong and you're already having a tough game, it's really hard to get back into it. But right there, he makes the best situation happen right there. 1v2 clutch when his teammates probably needed him the most, to be honest with you. That is absolutely perfect right there coming through, and that's the lifeline that they were hoping for to start off this this CT side. If you lose the pistol, you get quickly in with the rifles. It was scrappy. It comes down to the clutch, but it's just enough to keep up that intensity. Meanwhile, alternate attacks are looking for that same thing.
Ooh, Youngster. Good kill. Linus fighting back as well. Panic's the only one that really gets a decisive victory here. Good to see Sangwell being able to get back up on their feet quickly. Because remember, they've lost both pistol rounds, right? So it's huge in MR12 for that to happen, especially if the team that wins both pistol round also gets the free conversions on the back of it. You've basically made it halfway to the victory just by leveraging pistol rounds. Thankfully, Sangol is going to deny it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we do love the best of ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
maybe major finals should be played BO1 just to up the stakes a little bit.
Please. For sure.
I always had a theory that pistol rounds could be made more competitive by offering 1,200 semi-permanent dollars at the start of the game that only last in the pistol round. But you can only buy utility with. So like you have 800 to begin with, but then you also have 1,200 that only work in the pistol round, and you can only buy utility with them.
That'd be cool. You see a lot of really cool executes on pistol rounds as well, so I imagine that would be a little X factor as well. Oh my goodness, the aggression nearly catches LNZ off guard. He thought that Mully was a little bit safer there, but not exactly the case. We got Singel on the prowl right now, even though up against pistols. Just again, doing their diligence here. It's also going to look to lock down a nice spray transfer and make it a 4K right there, keeping things nice and safe for Singal as they find themselves on 8 rounds here and are chipping away at this lead. I mean, just 1 round the difference now. back to the mid protocols here. It's great utility so far. It will successfully give them the space here, as well as this catwalk collapse. Freeze, though, fully blinded up, catching a freebie. Still able to chase things down, but Ganginio on the site is still holding it down, and somehow it's collapsed. Alternate Attacks had a massive advantage. They had the site cracked open there slowly but surely, but the 5v3 not enough, as it gets ripped right from their fingertips with ease as well. Had no trouble breaking past that man advantage, and all of a sudden you just got Perks just left scratching his head on a bit of a lurk here, wondering what on earth just happened to the advantage. And it's over.
Yeah, remember, Alternate won both pistol rounds, right? Like, this is huge for Sangol. The fact that they've been able to bring it to this point, and the fact that Alternate has had their economy completely destroyed, this must be a really good feeling for Sangol right now. The fact that they've maintained the fortitude to be able to do this as soon as they've gotten to the CT side. And, you know, up ahead, if you look at the veto, right, Sangol, yes, they are going to have to play up on Anubis, which is a really good pick for Alternate Attacks if they can get through Ancient in a positive manner. But, you know, they kind of need that net, because I really don't want them to want to see them get 2-0 simply because they can't make it past Anubis, which isn't as comfortable of a map for them as it is for Alternate Attacks. At least guaranteeing themselves a 3-mapper, you know?
For sure. I mean, also, you got to talk about starting things off on the right foot here. This has been a tough matchup for Sangel towards the tail end of 2023, playing this team twice and losing out in 2 best-of-3s. And to start off with 2024 and get a little bit of revenge there, and a matchup that you found pretty difficult. It's going to be a great kickoff for this team. They still have to complete the mission, though. Got to keep the distance on these Tech 9s. It can always be scary if they get in your face a little too quick. Ooh,
Okay.
the lineup looked like.
Yeah, we didn't see the lineup, but
How did
definitely
win
felt
that
like
fight?
it. Yeah, that's just one of those fights, you know. One of the CS2 moments of all time.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay, Perks. He's actually willing to make things interesting, and both the nade and the molly are going to clear away from him. Ganginio on the angle, slowly peeking into him, and he has been so consistent with the op.
He actually got a headshot right there. Just didn't have the AK right. Could have been a lot more scary if there was an AK in hand. That would have been a 1v1, but like you said, in the clutch here in the late round, he has been super solid with the op here, and so he will be able to keep that one nice and safe. If you're Alternate Attacks, you know you've done a lot of damage in that last round, though, so you just need to get a win underneath your belt here. Meanwhile, Sangala built up a healthy economy. If you look at the bank account here, Ganginio has 9K. You've got Youngster on 5, and Salsal not far behind it on 4K, so you've built up a healthy economy here for your CT side, which is a big win condition, and 5 rounds have quickly sprung together. Now Sangala have a lead.
I think one of the only comforts that will be afforded to Alternate Attacks is the fact that they can keep buying into the game, right? They have $3,400, they've got some money in the reserve, just enough to guarantee that all of them will be able to purchase AK and Kevlar. Now, I'm not sure if that's going to be the wisest decision. Maybe they want to save a little bit for utility. But if they want to make a dent in Sangol's impenetrable defense, they need to start now. Starting to run out of options a little bit. Straight through the smoke over Heaven. And mid-control is established for Alternate Attacks. Ooh, Shadow betrays. X-Flout is ready. That's one of the cruel things about trying to push through the smoke in cave. If you push towards the left, the light is going to bounce off of your body. And so will bullets from the opposing side.
Yeah, great awareness right there. Ozik, he's a entry that likes to go for a lot of those timing plays right there. Super willing, and that just doesn't work out for them. At least Freeze is going to try and level the playing field, but he doesn't last long there. Quick trade and great position from LNZ is going to keep things in the favor of Singal here as the A play is rolling on out. There's multiple members that they have to tussle with right now, and I wouldn't like Perk's odds, but still helped out by some teammates' efforts there, and at least catches enough attention to take space on this B bomb set here. Gugino still in front of the molly, doesn't quite catch the upshots he's looking for, but has been solid in the clutch, has been solid in the post play. So he's looking to deliver once again. His teammates need to buy time here. Meanwhile, Panics has coverage for the backlines. Great reposition from Goody. Saul's also smart on his timings. Is it going to work out for him, though? That's the big question. Finally, attention turns away, and Sausal strikes.
Oh.
That is infuriating for Panics, and it leaves poor Goody left into the 1v3, but Bomb is ticking away. Slowly but surely chugging right now. Sausal needs to land a quick kill, but again, Sausal, good timing. Does a lot of damage on his way out right there, and plenty of time for the defuse. Singal now have 11 rounds.
Yeah, honestly, man, it doesn't really reflect on the scoreboard, but Gangenio's been such a rock for them, and you can see exactly why from the deaths he's gotten, right? Everybody else sitting on 14, 15, 17 deaths, but Gangenio's only on 9 deaths, and even if he has the lowest kills right now, it's often because he's the last one alive, and he's the one to get the dirty work done.
Yeah, he's had a lot of impact. I mean, winning that clutch in the 1v2 to start off your success, I mean, to start off all of this momentum, it says a lot about what he has been able to do so far. So
even if you look at his positions, right, he's often in these spots where he's not going to get contact unless he's on the retake, which is something I really empathize with as an Anchor player. But that is a little unfortunate to see xCloud drop as early as he did. Ooh, nade. Skips past Gangenio, and the problem is that his info is given up, because if you get grazed by the nade, you can't hear it, but the enemy can hear a sound from your body.
Right.
One of those things in CS2 that I really despise. Wasn't always the case. Oh my god, okay, youngster.
Just in the same play that xCloud attempted right there, but Youngster gets away with 2. Capitalizing on some of the low HP bars. This has been a big problem here. Alternate attacks have had a lot of opening duel success in this half. They have not been able to close out a lot of these rounds. And now the opening duel that was won by Ozek is nullified by Youngster's proactivity and information right now. So an incredibly difficult spot to recover from LNZ, and a bit of an off angle. Here's the footsteps. Readies himself and prepares the rifle here, in which he sprays down 2. Completely contained here. Panic's not too far after there, will get taken care of as well, and Singal are on map point here with now 8 rounds in a row, 7 rounds in a row there, and looking to close it out with 8.
Alternate attacks have found nothing beyond the pistol round and the fruits it bears in the second half. Singular round away from taking us to Anubis. If alternate attacks have any steam left, it needs to show up now. They're going to have to forever hold their peace. Well, not forever. These are only the opening matches, but still. Kind of sounded cool.
Did sound really cool.
Yeah, this is a
might
wind
not
up.
be on for too much longer. It's just going to be a complete collapse right now. Alternate attacks getting shut down by Singal in this second half. Absolute domination. Like you said, the pistol, yes, great. But there has been no conversion from that point after. It's just a complete shutdown on the gun rounds there, and that's a real testament to the work that Singal have been putting on Ancient so far.
Yeah, they have done a fantastic job on Ancient, and honestly, I thought they would be much more threatened by alternate attacks. I thought it would be a much more back and forth, and even though if you look at the scoreline, it looks kind of looks kind of close, 13-9. Those were mostly rounds secured by the pistol round. I think 5 of those rounds can directly be attributed to just alternate attacks being able to get it done on the pistols, right? And there was no T-side presence from alternate attacks. I hate to say it, but they were getting completely decimated. And in the few rounds where it kind of looked like they might have had some control, they just got Gangenio'd.
Yeah, I 100% agree right there. That's the key difference maker in that second half. Had a really slow first half. He didn't get a lot of opportunities. We did see a lot of saving on that T side. Second half, when they were losing those man advantages when they were finally finding opening picks on the side of alternate attacks. There was an open presence that shut things down and kept things contained. So you got to put a lot of respect right there on that second half performance and the resiliency to be able to sit out a half and come through into the next and show up and show out for your team.
Yeah, for sure. I think there were many things that Sangol got right, and the thing that they didn't lack on definitely is firepower. I was a little scared that there were going to be times where, you know, their team would look a little mishmash, it wouldn't look all that great, but honestly, man, their protocols are looking too good for sort of the caliber that they've previously shown, so I'm really happy to see the promising efforts that they're putting in, but they have a much harder test coming up in the form of Anubis, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after a tiny little break.
Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose. When you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to go live with map number 2 of Alternate Attacks versus Sangol. And Alternate put up a really good fight as far as the pistol rounds are concerned. Everything else was a Sangol player, right? But they do have a chance to bounce back now on Anubis, which is their own map pick.
Yeah, and again, that's where they have a lot of the reps on. That's a huge priority pick for them. So you can tell that this is kind of what they're leaning into. It did feel like things fizzled out there big time. They lost a lot of momentum. They lost a lot of steam. Once one round went wrong, it felt like the frustration could not get over the hump right there. And a lot of frustrating rounds rolling out there. And as we mentioned here, just talking about some of the X factors, I mean, great performances from the riflers here. You actually look and I mean, believe it or not, the least amount of kills coming through is Ganginyo, but we talked about the impact there, that second half performance of winning a couple crucial clutches that lifted off this massive comeback effort there. And credit to the full roster for being a part of that, but definitely it was just a full team effort there.
For sure. Very even kill distribute. I mean, I wouldn't say kill distribution is very even, but I think the impact distribution was definitely there, right? Every single player has at least a highlight moment going in there. And surprisingly enough, I can't remember as many LNZ highlights, but he's still on the top of the scoreboard, right? So you can tell that everybody was sort of trying to carry the boats, and especially Ganginyo, right? I feel like he didn't get enough credit as far as the scoreboard is concerned, but he saved so many crucial rounds for them where Alternate Attacks, I genuinely think that they would have been able to win the game if it wasn't for the very impactful kills of Ganginyo, who also managed to stay alive so often and be able to drop. I mean, if you've got 9 deaths in a 22 round game, you've survived for more than half of the game, right? So you're going to have a lot of money to be able to drop. And there were a couple instances where Ganginyo was on like $6,000, $7,000 where he was dropping for his team. So, big props to him for that. He was playing the objective. He was playing exactly what needed to be done for the sake of winning the game. Now, Alternate Attacks, they have quite a bit of work to do. They're going to be playing Anubis. It's a map that they're super comfortable with. It's a map that they've been putting the most reps on. So if this doesn't go their way, then going back to the drawing board will be a very despair-filled effort.
Yeah, this has to be the start that they lift off to. I think if you're Sangol, you also want to prioritize trying to avoid what that third map would be, of course, and third map rolling around is going to be ending on Vertigo, in which they don't have any wins in the last 3 months on. They've had a lot of struggles, and so I think there's a little less confidence on that map for sure. Obviously, they haven't played it here this year so far, and the officials that they have played, but just trying to close it out. I mean, you've got confidence on this map. We know that Alternate Attacks have a lot more reps, but your success is good. This is their highest win rate. So trying to get some wins on this map right now and close it out in a clean fashion and finally overcome what has been a difficult head-to-head in trying to challenge Alternate Attacks would be massive here for this team.
For sure. I think going into this game, nobody would be expecting Sangol to be the team that completely destroys Alternate Attacks. I don't think they would think that they're... And honestly, man, with the roster shuffles and the tenures of the teams, I don't think that there's any team that is particularly a lot better or anything. You might get dissuaded by the HLTV rankings, but it should be a pretty even-Steven game. But we definitely expect this to be a 3-mapper now. We'll see how things roll out on Anubis. I'm still not too sure how things are going to play out because there were a few moments where Alternate Attacks really did have a lot of composure, and the thing that they were very successful on doing is that they were able to actually get onto bomb sites, right? But then if you look at the mid-round protocols or the late-round protocols that were coming out from Sangol, they were just a lot better. They were able to retake so often where you would see that the communication breakdown for Alternate Attacks was really starting to hurt them, right? And I think that factor is going to be less of an issue on Anubis because I know Many angles on the map. It's a very complicated map to play. But if you get onto a bomb site, holding it down is much easier than Ancient.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The communication, the breakdowns, I think, is all going to be kind of mended with time here with alternate attacks. But I 100% agree. Watching them play out some of those like 5v4s or even 3v4 situations that they had pretty frequently in that second half on their T side, and then watching two players walk into a bomb site and two players be on the other side of the map there, losing out on their man advantage within the next breath. That's something that they're going to have to patch up here, and if they want to win this series, they've got to patch it up on this map. They got to make sure that those mistakes are out the window right now and that they wipe their memory clean of them. But I 100% agree that those sort of details there of being able to achieve sites and actually find opening duels, which is something that they did have success in, it's going to be clean. It's just going to require a little bit of patchwork here from alternate attacks. And again, like you said, both of these teams are pretty fresh. Both of these teams are coming off of big changes out of last year. And so all of that does kind of come with time.
I mean, you're saying big changes out of last year, right? But if you look at alternate attacks, they had to change this year. Qwerty being added to the team was the most recent addition. And also, I'm still kind of unsure about how you pronounce his name because, like, you know, I thought he was going for sort of a Godzy sort of thing, you know, right? It's God6Y, but then we have, like, GOODY on the server. I'm not sure if that's the name he submitted. I'm actually going to have to check with production. I'm just trying to be careful, you know, saying the name that's out there, the one that's easier. Well, we'll see. And, yeah, about the roster shuffles, right? They've had They've had a very recent change, and when you talk about patchwork, I think patchwork is it's a bit of a double-edged sword when it comes to newer players. Like, obviously, you have like you have fewer ideas that are sort of permanent, so it's easier to switch them around because there's no consistent framework just yet. But then also, the longer you are with someone, the more familiarity you have with them, and then the more predictable it is to sort of gauge outcomes when you are going to throw wrenches in the mix. So we'll see. I think it can go either way still.
Yeah, 100%, right? Yeah, that's obviously landing those adjustments here with new players and especially taking risk on some players that maybe don't have the big experience of being on these tier 2 European teams is key there. But I mean, clearly alternate attacks willing to take some of these risks here in their rebuild process. They now have to try and close out these last two maps. So if they want to move up 1-0, again, this is just to kick things off, right? Not the most pressure, but it's all about delivering on your early matches, setting yourself up for success later, making your job a little bit easier here when it comes to qualifying without Compass here. So we'll see a nice start there as Ganginho starts with a nice opening duel there. USP straight to the dome of panics, and he gets to watch from the sidelines.
They're just going to let these players pour into connector. LNZ backing off. And the bomb site isn't even comfortably secured because Youngster is able to find one. Saucel throws himself into the mix as well. Linus and xCloud happy to deliver the final couple of blows. Zangle, good start.
Yeah, but it's again, you know, back to a tough situation. You get onto the bomb site right there, right? You get into a chance to at least start a post play. They never actually did punch in the digits, but you had the opportunity, and with the space that was given, I thought that they would be able to comfortably lock that in. It was just far too quick from Sengal to rotate over there. They got already checked in towards that A bomb site, and at that point, without the bomb planted, it's near impossible to recover from. This is an aggressive purchase, though. We have Altx buying down to 0. We have Freeze buying down to 0, but the rest saving, which leaves him in a bit of an awkward position right now once the first gun round comes through. But we'll see if this Galil can do much damage. I mean, Altx again can be a really effective entry presence for alternate attacks.
Oh, I like this little bit of aggression. I think Altx might actually be surprised by this. Not expecting it at all. Two players pushing up, and the Galil secured as well. I like how Ganginho just keeps running it forward. Like, he doesn't not have a care in the world. Not sure if that was the best of ideas, especially with Qwerty being able to secure an M4, but at least the HP is not looking all that. Okay, here it comes. Push number 2. All you gotta do is hit a bullet, and yeah. Both sides of the pond, they will be able to hit a bullet apiece. So 2-0 start for Sangol, and alternate attacks, they're not going to have the best money in the world for utils as well, because it was a fairly chunky investment in the previous one.
Yeah, that's where the bit of awkward purchasing comes through here. I feel like usually you'll get a single Galil bot by a teammate, and then someone will buy armor. It's usually like a player you got a kill or 2 and a pistol. And then you can buy up, you know, a Galil or something. But they actually have 2 Tech 9s in their first gun round, so we're relying heavily on sidearms here to get the job done. I mean, good news is alternate attacks did manage to find some damage in that last round, but look at this damage in return. Great utility here to take space. Perfect smoke thrown out right now. It's just very aggressive, but very fluid from Sangol, and the priority of this map control, and you can tell that they're very comfortable with their protocols here all throughout the map.
Inyo has a bit of a one-way, but he still gets overwhelmed. And I like this repositioning from xCloud. I think expecting there to be a second pillar player is going to be hard, but they're still being very careful. B main aggression has come forward from the CTs, and they've spotted a player as well. Here comes the A execute along with the bomb. A player still in middle. xCloud knows what's up, but they're not going to make that full commitment just yet.
Oh, big entry right there from Freeze. Fast find onto this bomb site. Those Tech 9s do work right there. Well invested by Ozek, who wants more.
No!
Another kill comes through there, completely lighting up that B bomb site, and it's just going to leave xCloud here left with his hands in his pockets. Has to call the save, and is a risky investment from Ozek and Freeze, but the sidearms, it gets the job done. There you go. Start things off with the first round right there. As soon as they get those guns out, they're able to bring that initiative in. That's the presence that you can rely on right there. That's that entry prowess I was talking about. Also, it can be so effective at taking an advantage and just continuing it, compounding it piece by piece. And that sort of aggression is so valuable here in this space, especially for his team in particular. Alternate attacks absolutely love to wield that aggression. And there you have it. That's put on full display.
Double nades into middle. Alternate. Ooh, Perks actually has a decent timing here. Bounces the nade off and does half damage to xCloud, which is going to discourage them from it being able to push any further. Flash straight through main. They get up close.
Ooh. They do
no
lose
real...
a little bit of space towards B.
Interestingly enough, nobody has died yet, despite the amount of engagements. And speak of the devil. Freeze. Opening frag. But they're going to take their sweet time before they start pushing in anywhere. They know that A can be their oyster, especially with the main players coming through. A player drops. And yeah, that is what is called a save.
There's your cue to go ahead and head out. Losing a couple of those A players right there. Fortunately, losing out on a couple of key bits of weaponry as well. Guns that you are saving are an MP9 and a Deagle and armor, and there isn't a lot of good positions where you could find an upgrade there, so unless alternate attacks want to hunt, and they haven't built up that economy just yet on their own end. Nice little bits of aggression here. I mean, willing to fight fire with fire on the side of alternate attacks. I feel like they weren't necessarily perfect at doing that on Ancient. Struggled to deal with the mid protocols, the really, I would say, B like catwalk protocols coming through as well. Meanwhile, in this round, you can see very quick reactions. Once they get a lot of that A pressure thrown out, or spot any sort of B pressure, you know, it's very fast for alternate attacks to react. Bam, they're up through mid, they're taking that initiative. And they know that they have that space because of information calmed out by both Goody and on the other side of the map, I believe it was Perk. So that's the exact sort of coordination you like to see right there.
Much slower pace this time around. They don't want to be victims to the pistols. There's a quick lurk smoke being deployed by Panics to make sure the pieces are going to stay on A. Ozic, in the meantime, does get a positive outcome in his individual duel. Bomb collected, and now slowly making its way back towards B. Wouldn't be too surprised if Panics loses the duels here, but yeah. Unfortunately, the one player that did have a weapon, is the one that ends up killing him. Nice LMZ can come over and grab a rifle. There we go. All is right in the world now, as they've secured a couple weapons so they can take into the next round.
Just good way to do a little bit of damage there and at least keep some extra money, but now all of a sudden alternate attacks, they do have a little bit of cash flow built up. They'll go for a bit more of a hunt. Also in a great spot, and we'll knock down one quickly.
They're going to come after him though, man. That's the problem.
Yeah, he's going to get shot in the back soon if he's not careful. He does turn around in time, but no. Too much to ask right there. Surely a trade would have come through there after LNZ. Got to make a bit of a run for it right now because they are hot on his heels right now. Offingle doesn't last him long at all, and Perks rubs it in as well. Let him feel that one.
I'm glad to see the way this game is starting. Like, I already know this is going to be a much more back and forth game. I mean, I'm saying that, but obviously, Caster's Curse. Alternate attacks just take 9 rounds in a row now. Who knows?
Could be. Could be. But I do have the same feeling so far. Seeing some good reactions.
Do 2 of Caster's curses cancel each other out, or are they like doubly powerful?
It's a good question. I think they're doubly powerful, to be honest with you.
Ooh, mid-aggression coming in though. LNZ pushes forward to try and get a double, because he's worried about a player circling around him, but it is a 1-for-1. Goody has aggressed forward, knows there's a player on the right side corner. Flash to grant himself a little bit more space, but he's kind of getting all the work done all by himself. Now his teammate's going to join him in the form of Freezy. Ganginio caught, and I think Youngster is next up on the plate. He gets the kill before he falters. But X-Floud, he's got players coming his way. Oh, what a 180 flick, and he's going to be able to participate in the middle duel as well. Eventually falls. Here comes the A-side presence, though. Bomb should have no trouble being punched in as Sawzell comes in for the 1-on-2. Both players playing around Heaven, but in different angles. And he could isolate the Heaven player because one is already pushed through CT, but it will never come down to that point. Alternate with the 4th.
Looking easy right there. I mean, again, this mid-protocol, this mid-presence here is so effective. You can see how much presence Singal try and throw at them. 3 players go down in this mid-duel. But, I mean, great work from Goody here to pull all of that back and really take initiative, take charge right there. Which is fantastic work from him, but again, so far, Singal, they don't have a lot of right answers for how this mid-pressure needs to be handled here. Alternate attacks throwing numbers at the problem as well, and they have that trade potential, they have the right moves. You know, early defaults here where you start to catch some of the extremity pressure, because that has been a consistent theme here for Singal, and then bam, it's very quick reactions from alternate attacks. We're seeing more of that pressure on B right now as they push for information, but the execution is towards A. And it's going to be a little bit too late. Arriving onto the scene, Excellent has to contain his aim, but runs out of ammo. No, not with the Deagle. Somehow manages to get to the pillar. Escape death for a little while, but still does collapse in on him here. And a chance in the 2v3 with low HP on Goody, but that's about all that they have working for them.
Yeah, the Eagles are certainly not going to make it easy, but Saucel's missed shots. Oh, ho, ho! Quick recovery, and all he's going to do is find one more shot on the player that's already low, and it's Youngster to deal the finishing blow. Beautiful work with the Eagles. And Sangal, is this the way they're going to bounce back?
That's such a chaotic round right there, but they have enough in the tank to get the job done. As we said, I mean, low HP rolling out for a couple of those players makes it so difficult to close out in that clutch, especially if you don't expect them to chase you down through a smoke. You can kind of understand there why you wouldn't expect that, but risk-taking works out for Singal, and like you said, is that going to lift off this defense? This activation here. Now they have all the tools at their disposal, including an AK, multiple of them in Op and Gagino. It's fantastic to have in your pockets as well. And a little bit of a change of approach here now for alternate attacks as they look to gear it up in towards this B side.
Oh, Molotov is good as it is going to make them harder to disperse. Youngster finds one before he will eventually drop. The reinforcements starting to circle around the bomb site. X-Floyd will be the one that is latest to the party and might be the one that is most likely to die here as Perks will catch him. Ganginio, the rock for the team, has found an opening before they can get the bomb down, and they still need to be a little bit careful. The Sharks are still circling around the waters, the smokes being the only thing that is obscuring a fight, and Saucel's getting ready to throw a lurk-ish smoke before he pushes through. Going to be holding the smoke is going to be much harder here. Not sure if they even want to commit to this now. Bomb's already roughly halfway ticked down, and with their avenues being shut off, Sangal, they're instead going to decide to save.
I mean, that's a really tough spot to be in. If you're looking at all the perspectives of the CTs right there, all of them were just staring down smokes. And when you're in a post plant, and that's the position that you're left in, you know, easiest decision, call the save there. Toughest decision is to dive through it, and they don't want to take that risk right now. So, still early in this game. You still have chances here, especially if Youngster, I mean, plenty of money to invest. X-Flood can get dropped a rifle. They've got another gun round. They can try and run it back. But alternate attacks, they don't let the pain of losing that half-buy situation linger for too long. They very quickly react and, you know, try their play towards that B bomb site. And it looks, I mean, the execution power that they had looked so pretty.
Oh, panics. Boost should catch someone off guard, but doesn't. But it has granted enough space for a player to move forward. Ozek, okay. Kill through the door. Does open up quite a few avenues. Now they can decide to go through A or B connector. It's up to them. Double flashes go through, and it's all going to be down to X-Cloud to try and hold down the line by his lonesome pillars, what he's circling around, but the bullets will circle into his brain. Ganginio coming through with the AWP, position given up. And before they even start to go for a retake, yeah, already a save call. I don't mind this, honestly. Like, Sangal playing it safe, like, I respect that. Like, they're not gonna panic into thinking that, hey, we've given up the 6th round to alternate attacks, we need to just try. No, they instead save. They'll play the more conservative route. They'll keep that AWP in the hands of Ganginio. But I do think they need to be a little bit more aggressive as far as presence within the round is concerned. Like, I don't mind them opting out of the retakes, but that op needs to be mobilized. That A-main presence, it needs to be a lot more aggressive. I feel like Alternate are too comfortable in waters.
Yeah, I 100% agree that there's also a huge weakness, I feel like, in this mid control as well. I don't envy Xfloud's position at all. He is constantly left, trying to flick his attention from A main and mid presence, because there's a massive gap there. Even when Sengal throw, you know, plenty of presence there, it's still overwhelmed so quickly, so easily. So I think there's a bit of an issue here in terms of,
Yeah.
you know, free map control taken by alternate attacks, and to be fair, they are brute forcing their way for this map control. They're landing great entries for this ground, but
the problem is that someone like Xfloud cannot be left alone on a bomb site unless you've already conditioned the enemies to not be comfortable in waters, right? You cannot have a solo anchor that hasn't been granted the conditioning on the other side. Look at how comfortable they are, just pulling out utility. Perks wasn't even defending for that little while. A couple flashes into water. I think that had set them straight. Sangal. Still playing with passivity. But I do think this time around there might be some late round aggression. Look at Xfloud and Gangenio getting ready for the shot. They've got a little bait and switch setup for Gangenio if he misses the shot, or even if he lands it, for his teammate to swing out. Nade. Oh, I think that should have given off the audio cue. Perks is watching. Beautiful work. An alternate. He might be running circles around him. Gangenio gives off the audio cue as he backs off, and Perks will be in hot pursuit. Bomb all the way on B, however, which means that it is going to be that eventual B site hit.
And just nothing's going right. They have a flank right now, actually posted up right now, flanking Temple. That's going to win them the round straight up. They also have a flank for the B side. There you go. Freeze has gotten his. They know that the op is positioned over here, maybe with that fall off, that sound cue, and maybe Freeze walks into it, but you know which way this round's going. This is just perfect ground being gained, and I tell you what, we finally did see a little bit of that A aggression. It felt a little bit maybe half-hearted. I think for the most part, though, it just got swiped aside, and for that, you know, you just got to credit alternate attacks. Might be playing some of these rounds a little bit lackadaisical, but they are so locked in on some of these positions. There's just not a chance for anyone to get any sort of space here. So, I mean, if I was Sengal, I wouldn't want to test the waters either.
Unfortunately for Sangal, the T side of alternate attacks has looked outstanding. The comfort they have with throwing out lurks, the timings they've been able to find on A, the amount of mid control they've gotten, it's beautiful. Perks creeping past the smoke. Oh, I love this. This amount of utility. The nade is going to blow past the smoke as well. What is Panix doing? And how does he get a shot on Linus like that? Oh my goodness. You can see that the cogs are starting to turn in the heads of the Sangal camp, right? They're starting to realize that they need more A main presence, and they will eventually get it. It will yield around. But it might be a little too late. 4v2 quickly being brought down to just 3 on the advantageous side. Goody coming in from A main. Xfloud landing a beautiful shot with the op, but Freeze is still on for the 1-on-2. Flash goes through. Pillar player spotted. He knows who he has to deal with, and the nade is going to follow Xfloud. So little HP. This should be a kill for Freeze. Xfloud's just trying to buy enough time. Okay, that's a guaranteed kill. Certainly no. Sawzle in the back lines is going to save his teammate and the round.
I mean, look what's required right there for them to finally get another round win on the board. It's just Xfloud dominating the server right here, finding himself 4 kills on the round. Panic sure does a wild job right there to actually get a nice kill back, but this is what's necessary. It requires Xfloud to completely keep things contained there. And I said, I mean, he has been doing really good work. He's had to keep his attention turned towards middle and the A main side of things, and you know, he's held steady for a couple of rounds for nice multi-kills, right there. Once he gets, you know, an insane multi kill, once he gets a 4K, right, and completely keeps him at bay, that's when finally Singal get another round. So good reactions here, but mid control again taken quickly. Their B approach already shut down as well. Youngster doing a good job of fighting back, though. Great job, in fact, as he will drop the bomb as well and take even more initiative.
I think this might be a little too much, actually. He doesn't have enough HP. But he is still going to find quite a bit of space into T-spawn. It is kind of a 2v2 as far as most of the map is concerned, but Saucel will make it just one. Panics. On for the 1-on-3. Doesn't have the bomb. Bomb fully in control of Saucel, who's wielding the AWP, and surely he gets a freebie here, but getting past the next two, that's going to be very difficult. No.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he even spotted a sliver of his trousers.
I wonder, no, I mean, even still, Saucel's holding this angle as well, so it's going to not help them at all. And Saucel taking even more initiative. We'll cap off the half. A little bit unfortunate right there, but Singal will close things out with a 5th round. And, you know, for a CT side, and with how things were shaping up, to close out with the last two, and again, give yourself another 5-7 half. Yeah, that's what they're looking for. That's what they were hunting for, and that was enough last time.
We get a chance to see youngsters play there again. Probably one of the biggest reasons they were able to get that 5th round on the board. Good stuff. 5 rounds, though. I mean, this is not too bad for what we saw at the start. Alternate, you know, he looked a lot more dominant, but Sangol with their adjustments around A main, with some more aggression into B main, as soon as they took away the comfort from alternate attacks, things did end up flipping upside its head. On for the pistol round now. Panics gets a little exploratory around middle. Quite a bit of damage being done, courtesy of the Molotov, however. But getting past this gauntlet is the hard part. Ooh, a bunch of team damage too, but X-Floud, it's okay. Because they have gotten 4. What is that movement? I love that. Just a quick little B-hop out the back of the stairs. Makes it so hard to land a shot. Wonderful bait. And Perks, he's left all alone with the cowboy weapons. The sheriff is in town, but these gangsters might be a little too hard to deal with.
Just not giving him anything.
Yeah, I respect that.
All the money in the vault right there. Not a chance for Perks to get the job done there. Exelon will actually cap it off there, having himself a great map. 15-7 right now. And trying to just take charge on Anubis. He has certainly accomplished that goal here. And both, I believe both pistols for Singal now. That does put them in a much better spot. I mean, talking about opportunities, we talked about what that meant for alternate attacks on that first map. Didn't necessarily give them the victory, but it did give them a lot of runway here, and I think they'll be afforded that same case.
Sangol starting to poke into A. There are pistols waiting for them, but I don't think they're going to be of much potence, especially with how easily they're being picked off, and yeah. Okay, never mind. Perks, actually more annoying than I thought he would be.
Could have more.
Oh,
another headshot. That is
nice
massive.
work.
One little parting gift right there. That is brilliant. I mean, 3 kills on a full USB round is mission accomplished. You can be happy with that.
That too by one guy, right?
Yeah, 100%. That's a lot of extra cash flow as well. So, fantastic work rolling on out right there. And even the op is afforded. So, we'll start off this CT side affair. A little bit of a extra edge to it. And we'll see if they can take take it the extra mile.
Oh, very quick aggression into A main, but they've given off all the audio cues in the world. They try and smoke it off, but Ganginio, I think he's debating whether or not he should pop this smoke. His teammate does it for him, but after taking control, they'll just be backing off. Nade saved for potentially another smoke pop.
It's got to be a huge relief knowing X-Cloud is down right now. Use that op effectively. Out of the gates to take down a heavy hitter, but repositions right now are a bit scary for alternate attacks. They're given a lot of space on this B side of the map here, and as you can see, they're going to take it out of E-Box already into the site. They try and collapse here, but losing out on a couple of duels. Still holding it steady. Goody with another kill from the back of site, keeping things nice and easy here. Great response from LNZ, but he needs 3 more. Needs to complete the mission with an ace, and Panics is holding long range, so alternate attacks will keep the lead.
Honestly, I kind of felt like it was starting to slip out of Alternate's hands with how comfortable Sangol looked starting off on the T side. I mean, I know that it's off the back of the pistol and the subsequent round, but just with the way X-Cloud was looking like he was smurfing on them in the pistol, it did feel like they were going to rein it back in, but alternate attacks have kept them at arm's length. Being still component available for Panics. And this time around, it's looking like it's going to be a decisive A play. Very little utility available, but all of it is going to be dedicated to this one push. Perks, playing off of Heaven, will be the first person to receive as they start coming in. Roll out the red carpet for the Cavalry. They're starting to move in. Perks is flashed out of his mind, but he still gets one. Flash to go through, and I think he's getting ready to drop out. Tech9 catches Panics in hot pursuit, but there's still 2 players in Heaven that they need to deal with. X-Cloud playing the close angle with the Galil, P250 trying to catch them in Heaven, and Perks is still playing around the smoke, trying to find any angle as the smoke fades. 3 in Heaven now. X-Cloud climbs up, CT player falls, and X-Cloud and LNZ have done everything here. Goody, before he even gets to be part of the conversation, he is told to zip up.
Got a kit.
Oh,
and smoke.
Is he trying to go for a defuse? Yep, he's going to try and stick it. Oh, this could actually be it! He's going to force himself into the debate, and he actually gets the defuse! No way!
Oh my god. He got it at the last second. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. He just about got the defuse on off, and it is going to be an extra round right there. You can see it coming from a mile away, and as soon as you saw those players start to rotate out, I mean, the one thing about Anubis compared to every other map right now is that the bomb actually doesn't do as much damage. It's pretty containable, but they started to run away there a little bit early and left only a single player, and maybe that should have been enough, but it wasn't. It just wasn't. He couldn't find it in time, so frustrating finish to what was a beautiful execute. A great set play, a great call from Singal to just take that initiative towards that A side, and it's all for naught at the end, which is, that's just brutal. That's going to give alternate attacks maybe a massive lifeline.
Man, this could have been such a solid state for Sangol. Now, bear in mind that this still means that the money for alternate attacks is all over the place. They have 3 fully equipped rifles, but they also have to deal with the FAMAS and the MP9, but this is fantastic work. On the cusp of double digits now, alternate attacks have to hold off the onslaught that is coming their way in B. Ninja mollied off. Actually, Goody has still an angle that he can play off the back of. Ozzy getting up close. Ganginio needs to try and push through the smoke to find him, but through the smoke comes Goody, and Goody is still alive and kicking. Smoke to buy himself some more time, but the reinforcements will be just one guy. There it is, first kill. They're still desperately trying to put him down. He's phasing out of the smoke. X-Cloud is getting desperate. Where the hell is he? Finally, Saucel finds him, and Panics. By the time he comes through, they're already in position to decimate him. 8th round for Sangol.
Goody's putting up a heroic effort here. A lot of attempts to just win them rounds. I mean, playing around these smokes beautifully. The amount of impact that he's had these last two, it's absolutely wild. Look at the time that he's buying on this B bomb site, offering up resistance. But still, it's just not enough this time around. He does a great effort. It's just overwhelmed by Sengel running it back and getting those aggressive entries here. They are so incredibly aggressive with these set plays. And it's working out wonderfully for them. At least in terms of getting these bomb sites.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but Goody has been putting so much effort in his individual plays there that he started this game with his profile picture having a smile, and now it's just a smirk.
Did we actually swap it?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
I guess we
That'd be pretty cool. It's a cool concept there. If you're having a bad game, it could just be
it's like, ah!
profile of a frown.
Yeah. I mean, the workaround we have for that is to just directly have player cams, right?
True. Yeah, that is the top level, right?
Donk's player cam was pretty fun to watch.
Oh, dude, it was so fun.
So many memes as well. The one that, I think it was Lucy that made that meme, or was it Tech Girl? I can't remember.
It was Shocks, the one.
Oh,
Taylor
you're
Swift
right, it
one.
was Shocks. Yeah, the Taylor Swift one.
That was great. They went for a force buy here. They're all in. I'm actually shocked to see this right now. They're gonna be well prepared. At least it's a 1-for-1 there. Also an AK recovered, but that's a lot of information kind of given, and I do not like the odds here of Freeze alone, completely isolated. Although there's fast flanks formulated. They're chasing things down. Look at this awkwardness for Saucel. He dies early, and all of a sudden, there's 2 AKs and a real chance to play in this post plant. Another kill given over. xCloud catches all these players on the flank. HE could keep things safe, and it does, but it's a 1v2 now. Chased down from Perks, and they manage to get the force buy over with ease.
Yeah, even a couple guns being saved, it's not even that close of a call. 10th round on the board now for alternate attacks, and I'm not feeling all that confident about the money on Sangol. Got less than $4,000 a pop, with the exception of Youngster, and I think Linus is sticking around that same margin as well.
That's a tough way to lose a little bit of steam right there. I don't know if they were fully expecting a force buy. They finally slowed down their defaults a little bit, and didn't exactly work well for them. But they're going right back to these set pieces. Oh my god!
Perks doesn't even know what he's done yet.
Damage is insane. They're gonna have multiple members here, but again, this execute is very efficient.
Oh my god, why is Perks still burning? He takes 80 points of damage from that. Freeze is still going to stick around close. Puts one down to 10 points of fell, but Panics has moved in. Perks finally chimes in. And in the meantime, Linus, nowhere to be found. He's made his way to Pillar. Should be able to collect the bomb, and HP is low enough on the first point of contact that he could try and do something. They're expecting the lurk. Little do they know, he's right here, like, hey guys, hello? Am I not being stopped from planting the bomb? Like, he could have just stuck it, interestingly enough. He doesn't even realize how much leverage he had there.
Yeah, go for those sort of plays. You'd expect a collapse to come through, but just one play there. Perks, I mean, dude, the damage that he got with those HEs, I mean, talk about perfect value right there. He absolutely threw it right on the money. And that's all 5 players. It was that same, they did it, I believe, on the Ninja Diffuser on the 3rd round of this half, where they threw a really sick execute, Molly and a smoke for Heaven and Broken Wall, and it gets a little bit of efficiency, but I'll just say they didn't have enough HP to trade out some of those duels. Didn't have enough health to get the job done for the most part, and it's just perfect stuff from Perks, and leaves them in a great spot to potentially just close out this game.
They're going to move straight through middle, but the Molotov completely ruins any chances of surprise. They're going to route through Temple now, but what little do they know, they've got 3 players waiting for them. And yeah, it is a complete bloodbath. Alternate Attacks now actually contesting for the map win. Sangol, it kind of looked like they had a bit of steam in them, but I think after that ninja defuse from Qwerty, it really did feel like they mentally already typed GG. Must be super annoying to be in that position.
Yeah, I mean, the ninja defuse, and then once you finally think that they shook it off, bam, you're ecoed. So
yeah, the
yeah,
force of the ninja defuse, just unforgivable if you're trying to close it out in MR12.
Yeah, you can't afford those sort of losses right there. So a little bit of heroics for sure, but it's going to give Alternate Attacks a clear pathway to this third map and to this map that they're hungry for to try and close out this series here. Nice little mid flash coming through for Freeze. Doesn't have a follow-up though, so Xcloud is going to lock down another entry. 23rd kill for himself here. And this guy, he's been the X factor for his team so far. And lighting up this mid side of things is going to be key.
Xcloud not trying to aggress any further, just waiting. Oh, there's the audio cue. Xcloud preemptively gets shot, and he knows he's just got to back off with 13 points of health. Now quickly routing through B main and connector. They've got two players they need to find, one in front of the pillar, one on the bomb site. They still need to find Ozek, who has stuck around for long enough. But both players will eventually fall. Perks on the quick rotation through Temple. Even through the smoke, he gets damage done, but not enough. Panic's full HP against two heavily weakened players from the Sangol side. The prior players, some young ninjas and Metasport respectively, having transferred into Sangol. Now it's their responsibility to stop this clutch from happening. Panic's being very meticulous. He's got a nade as well. He could take care of one of these players by just chucking out a nade, but he is spotted, and it's a simple spray down from LNZ.
Keep things safe and sound. Seagal will stick around for a little while longer. They'll hold steady. Be able to keep themselves alive in this map here. Still money to go around for Alternate Attacks. They get another full gun round in order. But scary situations ahead here if they can't close out the round right here, right now. I mean, this might be their prime opportunity to try and finish the job. Outside of this, the purchasing power will be questionable. If you're Seagal, you'll definitely be in a position where you can maybe take this to extra innings. That's the goal. Again, you just kind of want to avoid that third map if you're Seagal. You had it close. This is the last time, as mentioned, that we had watched these two teams play out. It finished on Vertigo, and it was a very close game, 13-11. So, with that being said, you do want to avoid that third map, but you know you can take it to Alternate Attacks if you've developed Vertigo at all over these into 2024, really.
Sangol always gravitating towards this A bomb site. Unluckily for them, Alternate Attacks, they're also having their rotation start to come forward. Pillar cleared out. They only need to fight the left side of the bomb site now. Both players playing very close to the middle of the bomb site. Panic's ready with his op. And they're not going to make the full commitment just yet. Youngster's the only one that sticks around. In the meantime, though, their players are getting ready to make something happen on B. The crunch will be very difficult to deal with, especially because they've kind of receded from the bomb site. You can see a fourth player kind of getting ready for a rotation, being further back. Qwerty, that angle is really good, and I think he might be able to pop a few heads before he is stopped, but here it comes, straight into the bomb site. Xcloud with the opener. Things are getting very chaotic, but Ozek survives for way longer than he should have. Youngster with the finishing blow to him. Brings it down to just Panics and Perks, who would be very well advised to save these weapons into the next round. If you look at their money, it's not really all that. Wouldn't be too surprised if they try and go for the hunt, but at the same time, they don't have enough money to make it work.
That's a tough spot right there on that B side. As you said, I just feel like Alternate Attack's getting caught in a position of transition right there, trying to readjust the setup right there, readjust the scopes, and the execution comes through just at the right timing right there, and that's a credit to Singal knowing where to work right there, knowing the weak points. E-box control has been, I would say for the most part in this entire half, kind of given to them in an attempt to hold off a little bit more steady in these passive setups. And I mean, definitely need to save on to these guns here, trying to buy up for what is going to be the last round of this regulation to try and close out, most likely, unless we can see Panics and Perks do work, which to be fair, they've already done it in this half before.
Such a weird economic position for them to be in. Ganginian is kind of a cool knife. Like, I mean, it's not a blue gem, but it has something going on.
Got a little something. I like it. LNC with the gut knife, man. Alright.
The old classic. My first knife was a Huntsman knife.
Those are, I would say, the hip knife right there. Ooh, look at this. The op is in the right spot, though. Panic locks in a nice kill right there to kick things off. Is caught by the Molotov, so they want to continue to test this op. They will, but the second shot is a miss. And then HG could finish the job. No, it's actually the spam that does it. A lot of pistols close by.
What?
Somehow Ozzik had the op for a second there. Doesn't
yeah, because of the nade.
And as the dust settles, the site will be claimed.
Okay, so interestingly enough, in that instance, it's the AK to catch the opper, and because the AK kills the opper before the nade can get it, the op drops and the nade makes it fly towards another player. Ozzik, I don't even think he realized until the bitter end that he had the op.
Wild.
Oof. Man.
Crazy execute right there.
It's actually still kind of rough, like, in terms of money for alternate. Like, even though they try to be as conservative as possible, only 2 of them can buy an AWP, and I don't think that's very advisable. Like, yeah, so much of their success has come off the sniper, but they won't have it in the most important round for them to secure the map, secure the 3rd map.
Yeah, that's painful right there to have to give that up right there, give up that opportunity. Try and play with the AWP in hand. Not exactly ideal here. Again, Singular walking into these rounds here confident. Executions are looking strong. They're getting the injuries. And now they're just 1 round off of taking it into overtime. Timeouts continue to be chewed through, but kind of running out of those opportunities as well. We'll see if they can hold off against it here. Goody gonna sacrifice a little bit of that firepower for again, the FAMAS, something he's been very willing to do in the past. What is the game plan to try and close right now for alternate attacks? It's the question we're all asking right here. Meanwhile, Singular running it right back. Mori box control being tested.
Oh no, audio cue's given up, and Sawzell is just going to try and book it as fast as possible. Molotov's being lined up as well. They realize that they are kind of on borrowed time as far as taking the site is concerned. Pace slows down, but oh my goodness, Panics and Perks, they've done everything, and Freeze in the backlines should make it nearly impossible. This would be the biggest drop from Alternate if they can't get it done. There it is. Finally, the peek comes in from Freeze from the back lines. Ganginio, along with his teammate in a 2-on-4, and this Molotov certainly isn't going to make positioning any easier. Salsel anticipating Freeze, but they've also got to watch out for Ozek. And Freeze pushes everything. Freeze's flank, there's no way they can do anything about it now.
There you have it. I feel like just the perfect reaction right there from alternate attacks. The late A pressure that comes through once the B execute is the perfect answer right there. That's what they were looking for, and they come up with it in the last round. They have enough of the runway right there. They have the lead to actually find those answers throughout the game, which is just perfect. That's a great way to close right there. So a lot of credit coming through to just that last adjustment alone and that A aggression that ended up winning them the game.
I think they definitely needed something new, right? They were consistently getting pummeled by Sangol in the last vestiges of the second half, so they had to get it done. Freeze had a beautiful flank. We had a couple of really nice shots coming in across the team, and once that full crunch came in from main, we already knew that it was over. There is just nothing you can do to fight in a 3v5 when all of those angles are collapsing in on you. So great stuff from alternate attacks to actually to actually wrap it up, right? And I think Sangol could have had a very good chance at closing it out within map number 2, but when it came to the first half, their recognition seemed a little bit slow, right? It didn't seem like they were on top of things in that first half. Didn't have like all that lead that they previously were able to generate on map number 1. So yeah, I think it's a good closer from alternate attacks, and now it's all down to the decider. I really don't know which way this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, even more factors right there. Is that ninja defuse that came through from Goody, and then the very next eco, the next round that they were able to win. So a couple of frustrating tough losses here. Does require that third map, and like you said, it could go either way here, but both of these teams hungry for the victory, hungry to start off strong.
Yeah, and it's not going to be too long before we get that third map started too, so just stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose. When you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.
Alternate Attacks versus Sangol has been a very back and forth affair, but we are about to go live with the third map very, very soon to see who's going to be winning their opening match.
Yeah, I mean, a lot on the line here. Again, you're just trying to start off strong, and whoever wins this last map going to be doing just that, getting their first win here at Compass, and obviously a big priority for both of these teams. I mean, both willing to fight tooth and nail for both of their map picks respectively, and now we head into this this last decider, and again, it's all about, I would say more so Sengal having to come through with some small adjustments here. They're the ones that lost this map last time, but it was very close. So will they be able to bring much improvement on this map coming through, even within their last 3 months? Because they're on a bit of a downward streak on this this map in particular. They haven't quite figured it out very well with this core, and are still looking to learn. And so are they going to be able to bring that energy now that they need it the most?
To be honest, although yes, Sangol have also been struggling on Vertigo. If you look at Alternate Attacks, right, they've not had the best of results either. They've had some close losses, they've had some close victories, but it's not really been all that convincing, right? And Sangol being sort of the new roster that they are, you know, with the changes and all, I do think that they can definitely clean up their act. I wouldn't be too surprised if they did. Now, Vertigo is a bit of a tricky one, don't get me wrong. The timings and stuff can catch you a little bit off guard, and I think for a lot of pro players it is a bit of an uncomfortable map within that map pool, because I think the general consensus around Vertigo is, hey, here's what we think about the map, bring Train back, right? So, I don't know, man. Heading into Vertigo as a decider, it could be sore for either team, and with how close they've been on map number 1 and 2, it can honestly go either way. But yeah, looking a little bit at the scoreboard, Xfloud was so deadly on Anubis. He did quiet down a little bit in the last few rounds, I would say, because he kind of got stuck on 25, 26 kills for a little bit. But, you know, if you've already had that performance, then it kind of sucks if you can't still win the game, right? And as much as I praise Ganginho for his impact in the last one, his impact was equally missing on Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been, I would say, numbers-wise at least, a tough series. We talked about the impact being really good on Ancient, but second map, you want to kind of come alive. You want to give your team a bit of an edge there, and just really wasn't much of a factor. Then you look on the other side of things, and Panic's not too far off, but he had some good moments, and honestly, overall, I would just say, like, it does come down to more of those, you know, really scary situations. Ozek cracking open in that first half was so strong on the injury prowess. He was doing so much work. Perks had some great defensive efforts as well. So when you look at the top fraggers, but then Goody on the bottom right there, we talked about the Ninja Diffuse, the amount of anchoring and the time buying measures that he had locked in. And I just feel like for this roster overall, there was a real full team effort there, and a great second map for Alternate Attacks to try and take it into a third.
And to be honest, for most of the game, it kind of looked like Sangol was going to end up winning it, right? At the very end, if you look at the scoreline, 13-11, and the fact that we get to a 13-11 despite a Ninja Diffuse and a Force Buy, Alternate Attacks, as great as they were in many instances, it was still a little too scary. Like, you can't only be up 13-11 if you have two major rounds that lead into more rounds that you can leverage throughout the game, right? So, honestly, man, it was a little lackluster from Alternate Attacks. I would have liked to see their victory be a little bit more dominant. And if you go all the way back to Ancient, remember, Alternate ended up winning both pistol rounds, and Sangol was still able to fight back and have a very decisive victory. So right now, I think Alternate Attack are seeming a little bit like this is out of their depth. If I had to lean towards a team, I think it would still be a very difficult question. Not because I don't have much of a resolve when it comes to which team is going to win, but it's more like, okay, yeah, I think Sangol's probably the better team right now, but it's Vertigo, and that's the map I really didn't want to see either team on.
Yeah, I mean, it is really going to come down to a bit of a slugfest here for this third map. That's it for sure. When you talk about both of these teams having just a lot of struggles, I don't think either one of these rosters has really mastered this map, where you could see so many good signs for both rosters on the last two maps. I mean, Ancient, we talked a lot about the ability and the post plants and the reaction to protocol. Same case for Anubis. We had a lot of those things nailed down to a T for both of these rosters. A lot of reps for both of these rosters on those last two maps. So this isn't the case for this third. This decider, it's more of I would say some rather alternate attacks leaning into this map, because first of all, they got the win last time versus Singal. I definitely want to finish the series off on Mirage versus Singal, where you have to go up against players like XCloud, and again, not a great map for you. And so yeah, I mean, just kind of leaning into Vertigo as a third is not going to be easy for either of these teams. I think you're going to see a lot of struggles, and I guess in that sense, it's going to come down to who's coming through into this third map, making less mistakes, and who have cleaned up their act a little bit more on this map.
Yeah, I think it is all often going to be about how few mistakes you can make, because it really did look very sloppy, oftentimes from either side. I would like to say more times from alternate attacks, but then the thoughts of pistols, forces, and all of these start to go through my head, and I know Sangal is also messing up. But we're going to be heading straight into the server to see who can win the slugfest that is Vertigo. Is going to be the final map between Sangal and alternate attacks for the Compass Spring 2024 opening matches.
Here we are, decider here. I'm looking forward to it. Sometimes these matches when both teams are a little bit uncomfortable, it can lead to a lot of good clutches, a lot of excellent performance. So, or not excellent, I would just say a lot of X factor. That's a lot of fun to watch. So we'll see if that comes through, and if we do see some of those big moments here. We heard a little bit of noise being faked out on the bridge, and then right up the ladder here for a mid to B execute. What it seems to be right now, and well, if you're alternate attacks, you're well prepared for this.
Here it comes, xCloud with his characteristic movement. I do think that they're letting the Glocks get a little bit too close, though, and Saucel's going to be able to overwhelm, and there it is. 3 clean kills for them. Now, the dualies will be making it hard for Linus to get out of here, and they will chase him down to certain death, but by the time they do, now their positions are known. They're up against 3 players, actually 4, with Saucel still being alive. Here it comes. They know Freeze is coming. No chance this crossfire isn't going to work. Would have to be some big mistakes from the T's for this pistol round to be cracked. And certainly this has got to be the round from Songol.
Hold that steady. But I think you hit the nail right on the head there. There's just a lot of space given right there, right? Mid control completely kind of just free for the taking. There was no resistance at all in that mid-execute, and the scaling right there, right? The xCloud movement into the quick control towards that B bomb site, the great entry flashes that were chained. This all led to a lot of success here. The force spy here again. Alternate attacks have already had success. That flashbang actually didn't quite land, though. You saw it bounce on the top of that wall, and they were not blinded up by that at all.
Good start. Ooh, LZ able to overwhelm, and Perks' 5-7 can actually get some work done. A little bit of help from Goody doesn't hurt. And Goody is going to spot xCloud running away. Saucel looking to make a dent in middle. A player's already gotten up close. Ozik. Can't really make that 5-7 work with the same potence that we saw on A, but he still got that AK. It's all about the safe. I mean, next round isn't going to be too economically good for them anyway, so like might as well have that AK, right?
100%, but Goody right back down the ladder. See you later. So also gonna put that one to bed. Would have been nice. Have a little AK. You can even toss over your pistol. Teammate there as well. But I mean, nice damage from Perks, to be fair. Just obviously not quite enough from the rest of the roster there to get much else done from that point forward. And again, I mean, not getting ecoed, or rather forced by, I guess would have been the better term there, on this third map, which was a big issue for them on the second. So already cleaning up a little bit here, Segal. Oh, I like this stack. This is going to be fun for a youngster to walk into. Or is it? Oh. Okay. No, it's not. It's not fun at all. There's 5 USPs around that corner. It's good info, but they're just going to turn and burn towards that B-bomb site.
Okay. That's a firing range. I thought he was gonna fall off the map for a second. About as chaotic as you can expect a bunch of pistols to get. But now alternate attacks are gonna be able to line their wallets enough to bring out the big guns. Panics instantly on that AWP full utility bot as well. And I want to see if they instantly try and go for something aggressive with Panics. Surely he wants to show some dominance with the AWP on ramp. Can we try and condition them early on? So much faster aggression coming out from the T's as well on ramp. You can see that Linus has gotten very proactive in taking it and then allowed Youngster to nestle himself into the little corner. But it won't be the full commitment just yet. In the meantime, one of the players' responsibilities is to make sure the lurks won't come in, or rather the rotates. Oh my goodness, 4 players waiting. This is so deadly for the T's.
Get a little boost in order. Could be good, but Youngster, as you can see, is avoiding it for now. We'll see how diligent they are on the clear. Meanwhile, the shift in the setup, the collapse coming through here on this A side, the rotation that was very quick to move over towards that A side is going to be slowed down just a little bit. This does buy time, and 4 players now on the B-bomb side after taking a little bit of contact here. They're just all over the map right now, alternate attacks, and that makes it pretty difficult for Segal to read. As they execute into this B-bomb site, they've got to crack through so many names and numbers here. More players right around that corner. Yeah, we'll just rattle off a quick headshot. And I think there's a player tucked in towards sandbags on this A side. Yeah, definitely the case. And Freeze was prepared for Youngster. Gets a smoke down as well, and he's doing such a good job of buying time right now. This is near impossible to flush out if you're Segal, and you've got the rotations arriving onto the scene now here. LNZ has the right idea, though. Spamming around that smoke, just can't track him.
I love that from Freeze. He doesn't even have to move a muscle. His presence is scary enough. 2 seconds remaining, and Ganginio just wants to make sure he can get this op away. Ooh, fast shot on Freeze. They are going to try and chase him down, but to no avail. Good work from alternate attacks, especially Freeze on that individual hold.
Yeah, and I mean, just out of the gate, I'm really interested in the way that they're going to be playing out this half here on this CT side. You can see, I mean, I would venture to say over rotations, but they didn't get punished for it the first time. And, you know, maybe that makes me think these guys are well prepared for their opposition. And if that is the case, if they keep that up, if they keep that very mobile setup all over the map, they're going to find themselves in a good spot here. Make control prioritize, though. This is going to be awkward timing, though. And Panics just about clips LNZ right on the edge right there. And gets out of dodge as well. No trade whatsoever.
Altx4 being the sole defender of this B bomb site. Responsible for conveying any audio cues that might come forward. And he has managed to get the first one, and by the time they get ready to flush him out, rotations will already be in order. Quite a bit of damage being done. Saucel finds the first, but now there's 2 players available that can deal with this onslaught. Commitment receding, with the exception of Saucel, who I think gets a little too aggressive. Beautiful work from Panics, by the way, off the headshot angle.
Great work right there. Fantastic shots landed by Panics. Not the first time he's succeeded in that sort of position right there, and we'll give them a quick reminder of what they're up against here. Scary competition. Very fast reactions here, and a pretty mobile setup. So, I mean, I'll say alternate attack showing some strength on their CT side early is a great sign for what this roster has in store. It's going to lead to a full force buy investment. Tech9's inbound. And these sort of rounds so far, Singal have had great game plans for these sort of purchases. So we'll see if they can show up once again.
Oh, Molly could have been good, but he smoked off the pillar. Saucel, first man in. He knows there's players around the headshot box, and Linus teams up with youngsters to overwhelm. In the meantime, though, Perks has already moved in with the rotation. Spots a player on generator, puts him down. xCloud and Linus now struggling, and Panics to deal the final blow. Alternate attacks, they might allow some entry into the bomb site, but beyond that point, it's pretty much all their show. Sangal not being able to find anything beyond the conversion that they were able to get on the first 3 rounds.
Make it look pretty easy. Right there, locking that one in. No big trouble there. Did get a bit of a scare on the early Tech9 kills, but again, I mean, it's all about reactions, it's all about rotations. Do you have your players close by? Do you have your players close by to get a retake in time? And the answer so far have been yes for alternate attacks. As mentioned earlier, these guys are very quick to rotate so far in this entire half. So it's all about Singal recognizing that in this game and being able to adapt to that. Maybe it is going to be about throwing a quick fake in and pressuring the opposite side of the map. I think that's going to be something that they have to throw out throughout this half.
Sangal huddled up outside B, waiting for any mistakes to be made, but the CTs won't let that happen just yet. The flashes are good, and they're able to find the first. Goody, he's done enough damage to start to tuck himself away, but he also needs to watch out for the mid presence about to come through. Tech9 coming in. Goody unfazed. Youngster, an M4 recovered that he wants to put to good use, but a nade will come barreling down at him. Freeze now moving in with the flashbang, and this should be easy work as the USB is pulled out. Too good on the retakes.
Keeping nice and calm right there. Again, I mean, great damage being done here. Great pressure applied onto this this B side of the map, in which Singal have targeted quite a bit recently. Just consistently testing this side of the map here, and at least doing a good job of claiming some ground. Just can't quite close out in the post plants. But now back into another gun round. Alternate attacks taking the lead with 4 rounds in a row on the defense. Keeping nice and calm. So, will they be able to put a stop to this last gun round? We saw some cool mid-aggression rolling through. This time we'll see some fast B plays roll out here from Ozek. He gets a little setup for himself, but can't quite knock down these pens over towards the B side of the map.
And just 2 players from alternate attacks have actually gotten a pretty forward posture on ramp. The AWP being allowed to just watch over it like a hawk from scaffolding, and Perks cleared it out deep enough for it to be easier for the op to make it work. T's still not budging. They're still all the way back, so ramp really won't be on the agenda anytime soon. Instead, they're going to barrel it back to B very soon as XCloud starts to create distractions on middle. Here it comes, straight through. Connector, no, they were out through CT, and they've already smoked off CT spawn. So Goody, he's going to have to be the big difference maker here, and he is. Both XCloud and Youngster 6 feet under as Ganginio desperately gets one to start to get the bomb down. It is a 3-on-3, but HB is low.
So they pull off this retake once again here. Alternate attacks, a lot of success on the retakes. A lot of utilities still left at their disposal. Like you said, some low HP bars.
Oh, 2 nades.
They could use perfectly here. We'll see if they can touch down on those. There's one they just toss in. There's a flashbang to queue up this retake effort. There's a quick scope from Panics that offers up some more ground. Another HE that will take care of poor Gigino. Didn't have a chance of that retake. Salso just sprays down. Desperation time. They can't find the bomb. Is there enough time here? I don't know. Panics is going to start the defuse, but I think that extra second might have cost them everything, and it does. Down with the ship, Panics goes, and we're all tied up as Senegal get a bit of a lifeline.
Yeah, lifeline is right, because that was actually a great retake. They just took a little bit too much time, and I would have loved to see if they coordinated the nades earlier on. Like, you often just see teams just get ready with the nade lineups, chuck them out before they go in for the retake, and that would have honestly saved them. Just having that first player out of the way, that would have incentivized them to immediately start going for those fights.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel like falling victim as well to just not quite knowing exactly where that bomb was planted. I think they might have had some time there if they just were able to track that a little bit earlier. But as we said, I mean, those sort of, you know, the lack of reps that some of these teams have and as a full unit, those are the sort of stuff that's going to happen and catch you. You're going to lose some rounds to these small details right there. A nice nade stack. Altx is down to just 6 HP to start this round off. He caught a double HE right there out of the gates, and it's going to put a lot of worry on him. Panics has the entire A side on lock, but does get smoked out, so has to call in for a little bit of extra support here, and he needs it fast. I mean, they're really closing in on him right now. Youngster is already up the ramp.
Oh, he finds him, and I think he should find a second, too. Aims right on point. Might have taken a couple extra bullets, but all is well as Sangal comfortably start getting the bomb down, and the save call should already be made.
100%.
Just backing off now. Good stuff. I mean, I really thought that alternate were going to continue to pummel down on Sangal, but that lifeline is actually such a good conversion. I don't even think they get to properly save. So little HP on Altx now. I'm not going to be too surprised if a couple more Sangal players go out. But problem is, I don't think they have enough money in the bank to really want to risk it.
Yeah, I can just keep things safe. Don't know if LNZ is
yeah,
going to stay alive. He
dies
toast.
Oh, I'm so glad they were able to pick up his AWP because I thought it would fly off the map.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I feel like at that point you just want to give it to somebody before you go down, but all good. They do maintain it at the very least, and that's what matters. As it is going to be, like you said, I mean, Senegal coming back, overcoming a little bit of adversity here when it comes to kickoff that alternate attacks have had once they get the rifles in hand. Youngster, I'm taking some initiative right there that you really respect. Out of the gates, willing to, you know, take the timing that he thought he had right there. Not an easy play for a young guy to make.
Nothing spotted on middle. It's pretty slow progression now. Just defaulting around ramp, defaulting around middle. Youngster wants to keep poking the bear a little bit, keep maybe some pressure on the gas as he proceeds. Oh, Freeze gets caught here. He's got the molly out. Can't even get it off in time. So it doesn't even drop as he's dropping. And I really appreciate the meticulous clearances they're doing. Oh, Youngster spots a second player in hot pursuit. Maybe he wants to regress. Nade to follow him. But this has been pretty good so far from Sangol. The Youngster really being the only one that is significantly tagged up. Are they going to expect that pillar player to be there? His position's really good.
Man, I don't think it's going to be cleared right now. He has a chance to find multiples if he plays his cards right. He just continues to post up, waiting for that bomb play to finally come through before he strikes. Oh, he didn't get anything. I think he did get cleared eventually, and the numbers start to drop now. All of a sudden, Altx left to his own devices here, and he's going to inch his way forward, not back. It's could have been easy to make a save call, but he is hungry for another round. Doesn't want to give up on this just yet, but I mean, as you can see, just locked out by the smokes and with no way to get in. He is going to call it, and in fact, someone is following, someone's trailing. Xcloud is hungry, and will find his prize right there, walking away. Thought he could escape safely, didn't expect that sort of boldness, but Xcloud looking to get activated.
Slow default, mostly centered around B. He's also able to find a gap in the smoke. Getting ready to molly the close angle as well. Oh, LNZ spotted. Saucel, or rather Xcloud, is able to slip past, and Goody knows that he doesn't have to move a muscle right now. Just needs to allow them to walk forward, but the flashes are too overwhelming for our friend here. Just a singular player remaining behind the box, and that too not for long. Perks and Freeze. Obviously no retake, but surely they want to stick around to maybe poke some eyes out.
Try and poke broad. Too interested. We'll, I mean, again, give a winning half here to the T side so far. Great look. Shutting things down a little bit. I mean, all granted off of what was a great retake, but as mentioned, just maybe not enough time. Small detail caught him. And I feel like it's a little bit of justice for a team that lost to a Ninja Defuse for them to not be able to find the bomb this time. But wow, what a couple of headshots and a parting gift for Freeze. That's some really fancy shooting right there. It's going to drop a couple of guns, but it is the last round of the half, and they are still going to be on a great purchase here, so not the end of the world for Sangol.
They have a pretty good chance at closing it out as a very decisive half. 8 rounds would definitely provide quite a bit of comfort. Youngster always being the first player to poke around ramp. Saucel looking to creep past the smoke, but this time around I think he's going to get punished. I think the player is letting him walk past. What? No, Ozek, you can't let that happen. He's got the drop, he's got everything in the world, but it's just shots missed on the back of a player who's not looking at him. And here it comes. B-side take is on the cards, it's on the menu. A Michelin star execute about to come through. Should be easy pickings, and Freeze is very aware of Xcloud's presence before, so at least brings it down to just a 3-on-4 before they start, and Saucel being low enough might be granting them some potential of victory.
Been good on the retakes here, but it's just going to get shut down, isn't it? Saucel with the op, keeping them at bay, keeping them at arm's length here, and they just all fall to pieces right there. Sangol will close themselves out in the 8th round there. 4 strung together for alternate attacks, but then 4 answered right back to close out right there. So it is Sangel that are going to walk into the second half with all of the momentum, all the lead, and the eagerness to try and close out this third map.
Alternate. Getting ready for a beat pop. Perks having already established some dominance around the ramp area, so a push won't be coming through from the CTs anytime soon. Oh, double boost to go through. Panics. Opening kill is available. And the one player with the kit is the one also hanging out to dry, but they're going to start to get some kills in. Perks and Panics doing some great work to try and at least make it palatable as a retake. Freeze on the bomb plant. They're going to start to push forward. He gets off it just to make sure that Genginio won't be able to find him. 5th round for Alternate, and it's a good start.
Exactly what they needed right there. Get off to a pistol. Start off successful here in your second half. Get some aggression going on this T side. The same fashion in which Sangel got afforded to them on this T side as well. So leading into a full eco here for the second round. Sangel not investing anything into this one. They're going to get those rifles out as soon as possible, as you should with a lead like this, right? You got a small advantage, you got a small lead. So head into your first gun round as soon as possible. If you can get that downrange, the economy's still not built up, and you can find yourself in a good spot, especially if you can do damage in this round here. 5-man stack towards the A side here. They collapse. They actually go off of a flashbang, but are walking into a bit of a crossfire. Should be the meat grinder, really. And everyone drops pretty quickly.
I honestly don't know where I expect this game to go, because Alternate now, they're able to start closing up the scoreline, and Sangel will always be at the mercy of economy, so they've got to be super careful. Not like they're going to have an op anytime soon either, with Genginio not having that much money just yet. We'll see how it plays out. As usual, an early ramp smoke. Ooh, look at this attention from Alternate attacks. Straight barreling down through middle, and Xfloud puts a stop to it. Even backs off just in time to save his life, and Freeze on an island gets completely decimated by Youngster shot through a box and through his skull.
That's the decision making. That's why they wanted to get those rifles out as soon as possible right there, and they are instantly rewarded for it with a beautiful round. Perfect defense offered up right there, and one of the players here that was hot on Anubis, who hasn't really been super required just yet, had some good rounds so far, but Xfloud heating up in the second half is the last thing you can really afford if you're alternate attacks, right? The last play you want having himself a game is Xfloud, and he just had a big round right there to fire up. Perfect angle right there. What a beautiful shot. Let's see, thought he was safe to jump spot right there as too many. He's watching from the sidelines now as the op is used effectively out of the gates.
Ooh. 4 on 3. Alternate, Ozek is gonna go straight for it. Maybe a little too proactive in going for that. Perks is timed out, right? Wait, yeah.
Yeah, looks like it. Oh, this is a 1v2. That's a bit tragic. Panics finding himself in a position completely alone. Tries to go for the op shot. Tries to stick the bomb plant right now. Spam isn't actually coming through. He gets the numbers punched in. If he could make this happen, that would be an absolute miracle. It's just one more kill. Youngster needs to find it. Oh, and he puts it to rest right now.
Wait, hang on. Is this an AFK clutch? Is this an AFK clutch?
Ghost. Is he gonna stick this defuse? Oh, if Perks wins it, man, that'd be insane. But no, it looks like he is just sticking it on the smoke, and oh, that's something you really hate to see right there.
Look at how worried he is.
He's fighting ghosts. Oh, that's a really tough way to go out.
I'm not gonna lie, I had my fingers crossed that he would lose to a ghost, like, just for the entertainment value, okay? Sorry, I mean...
You don't get to see that every day. In fact, you don't get to see that ever, really.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we don't get to see that today.
Yeah.
Would have been funny.
Why's the HUD flipped around?
It's because he disconnected? I don't know. It's a nice HUD.
It is a nice HUD.
I saw
Twist posted about it,
tweet
yeah?
about it, yeah. They cooked.
They really did.
Cool
think my only complaint might be like the size of the timer. Like that's probably the only thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe if it
That's
got
true.
bigger
Yeah,
as soon as it got to the last 10 seconds. I think that would be kind of cool.
That would be actually cool. Like that.
Maybe I've not noticed this. I think other HUDs might have done this, where like as the timer starts to tick down, the timer gets bigger. But yeah.
Yeah, it's something as like a caster. It can be like a big, like, you're kind of like hyping up a moment, and then bam, the round is actually over. You just don't know it yet, because something.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you're
focusing
so
on
focused in the
100
moment.
things, yeah.
Yeah. That's always fun. You're building into it, and then bam, all of a sudden, like the round's over. You're like, oh shoot, what happened? Where'd the round go? Especially when you're casting VP. We're back. Pause expired, and should have Perks back into the server again. It's a tough time to disconnect right there. Could, you know, be a massive swing round, but we'll see if they can redeem themselves quickly. They've got a force buy rolling of sorts, at least. So eager to, you know, get back into things here for alternate attacks.
On the cusp of map the victory on map number 3, Sangol. They could get denied here still by just the pistols and a couple weapons thrown into the mix. LNZ getting ready for a flash from a teammate. Oh, it's a good flash, and he does manage to get 2. And the Flames will finish off the rest. Youngster, beautiful work. Only a couple rounds to go. But still, a couple shots at stopping Sangol from the W. Problem is, as soon as the full investments come in from alternate attacks, it also leaves them on an island for the last round. Because if they end up losing this one, they're going to be heading into the final round with Galils at best. Or Hero AKs, or something along those lines. But it's not going to be a fully stacked lineup, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Gonna be really difficult to manage right there. Nice HE, make it a double. They got 2 HEs right there. But oh, on the other side of things, I think they just nade stacked side haul for the free pick. So back and forth damage done. Space given. Oh, and Youngster, he gets caught with utility out there. Didn't expect him to be so close by. Double up on this A side already manufactured, and might give him another one. Headshot not taken just yet from that AWP. So at least X-Cloud going to hold steady on this A side. He's throwing utility to maintain his space as well. He's giving fights for himself right now to work with, but he's making a lot of noise in the meantime here. He does collapse in, but only good for 1. His teammate's close by, but how much of an effort can you make in this one here? Molly going to buy time. There's some low HP bars for sure. But they haven't quite cracked them open.
I was thinking that maybe at least the Molotov puts them in a spot where they can get the smokes to fade. And they will. But Saucel has another Molotov ready. This is good. He's holding the tiny little angle. Oh, he's got on the bomb carrier and some more damage on top. That is 3 players off the server, but Goody, he can get it done. Linus moves straight into it, and oh my goodness, that's a 2v4 that Sangol will end up winning. Alternate attacks, purely everything's in despair now. The loss bonus not being enough to buy up fully. It's just going to be Galil's. Maybe an AK thrown into the mix if we're being generous, but it's just too much. I think with LNZ's kill there, it was already a done deal. Final round. Alternate attacks on the cusp of losing their opening match. Definitely not the way you want to start off. And Sangol getting a chance to maybe have some breathing room in the upcoming games.
Seems Perks is trying to keep him afloat, though. Still have to clear out sandbags. They just can't quite hunt them down. Not yet, at least, here. Ganginho. Oh, never mind. It has Saucel to actually cover off the boost here. And Perks is going to keep things nice and safe, but that is both players kind of noted right now. One over towards the A side, one over towards middle. It has just been fully cleared out. Mid has just been, for the most part, kind of covered right there. They're going to get the op just double zoomed on the ramp, most likely, and or on B stairs, rather, and you got yourself a pretty golden setup at the moment. Double up in towards middle. Perk's going to walk out first, and that's a tough offing on the hit man, and Saucel will take care of the last 2. And it is going to be Sangol starting off with a nice W to kick things off 1-0 here in Compass, and of course looking to continue to improve on that result.
Yeah, and I think they definitely have the pieces to be able to do that. They have so much raw talent. There's times where they just individually perform so well. And I think with a little bit more time, I think with a little bit more ironing out, their results are going to become even more consistent. We saw excellence all across the board. And I think they really proved that they were the better team today, right? It was kind of up in the air as far as Vertigo was concerned. But in the first map, they looked dominant despite losing both pistol rounds. In the second map, they made it look super contentious, and they could have even won if it wasn't for a force buy and a clutch that happened to them, you know, the ninja defuse and all.
Yeah.
And on the third one, it was super decisive. So 2 decisive maps and a really close game that they could have also won. I think my money's on Sangol for this one. Like, I really do think the outcome was as it should have been.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I was super impressed with the performance on Vertigo as well. I felt like they improved tenfold from the last time that they played up against alternate attacks, the last time they played Vertigo. So it's good to see that improvement coming through consistently, and I want to see that throughout the remainder of this contender stage.
Absolutely, but we do have another opening match, the final opening match of the contender stage coming right up. It's going to be Sampi versus Metasport, and we're going to be back for that in about half an hour. Stay tuned.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose. When you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.
Welcome everybody to the Compass 2024 stage. I will be guiding you throughout today's best of three between Metasport and Sampi. My name is Paladin. I'm joined by MJ. I mean, I'm supposed to have Neokai here. Then I was supposed to have Wildaid here. And now I have my good friend MJ here. So how you doing, man?
I'm good. I was called last minute. It was Faraz knows. Faraz knows I'm packing today, but he was like, I need you right now. So okay, I'm on it. But yeah, I'm quite excited for this game actually. Metasport are a team that really excite me. I'm a big Jaquinho fan, right? I'm a big Jaquinho fan. He's a cool guy. He's just a cool guy. He's a fantastic player as well. And I'm really kind of behind his redevelopment back into the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. Obviously, he had his tenure on Fnatic. I thought he was really good. Mm-hmm. Some people didn't really agree with that. But yeah, I'm really excited to watch him and actually the whole team as well.
Yeah, a lot of talent on Metasport, and there's a lot of upset potential on Sampi. But we might as well just get into kind of what the runner shows, what the schedule looks like, and whatnot, and what we've actually been through, because we already had a best of three previously between Sangal and Alternate Attacks, and that felt pretty back and forth, all things considered. But at the end of it all, we did have a victory. I'm actually kind of. Yeah, Sangal won that in a pretty grueling best of three, and that's kind of how it is at this tournament, where we have a lot of very close competition between a lot of very even teams. And I mean, this Swiss stage is going to be brutal. We're going to see some heavy cuts, and it starts pretty brutal for these two teams as well. I feel like these two teams are pretty evenly matched as well between Metasport and Sampi.
Yeah, I think so as well. In terms of the betting odds and things like that, they're pretty dead even. In fact, actually, Metasport are the favourites, but yeah, there's not a huge margin there.
For sure.
But yeah, obviously, looking at this roster, Nilo, Adam B, Jaquinho, Susp, and ZTR, sort of in the opening games this year, they've been absolutely fantastic. They've actually been playing a lot of Counter-Strike as well. That's something that that a lot of teams haven't been given the opportunity to do. Obviously, there was a big old break over Christmas. We've then come into January. We're now the 1st of February, right? But we've had about a month. Some teams have been able to sort of grind it out and smash out some officials. Others haven't had that same luxury. And honestly, there has just been a bit of a lack of tournaments, I guess, especially for I don't want to call it like remote regions, but for a Swedish team like Metasport, they've got the Swedish Elite Series and they've got all of the Scandinavian tournaments that they can play, right? Mm-hmm. And they pump out games. Whereas like for Sampi, there aren't as many opportunities to play officials, I guess. And therefore, they've only actually locked in, 6 best of 3 so far this year. So yeah, it is going to be an interesting one. Looking at the map pools though, Metasport, their bread and butter is Mirage, and I expect to see it in this series. It is a map that Sampi play as well, but yeah, this is really their turf, and if they do manage to let it slip through in the veto, I expect them to take it.
Yeah, no, I totally echo your sentiments. I think it is just a very weird time for tier 2 teams in general. With the kind of the major circuit kind of kicking up and that occupying a lot of teams' times. And, both of these teams weren't able to actually make it to even the close qualifier, let alone the RMR, which shows you how cutthroat the competition is. But, of course, Savannah, Zedco, Eli, Fino, Tag, solid team. We've seen a lot of upsets from them when we were in Go, and towards the tail end of Go, it felt like they were kind of ramping up, getting some big upsets, but then they kind of quieted down when we moved back over to CS2, and that's where Metasport kind of ran off to the races, and you can see that the young stars on that team kind of took off. But I mean, there's some good competition. There's some good competition again with Sampi as well, where I look at the veterans and Eli and Zedco, and I look at the talents and players like Fino and Tag. Like these players have what it takes to step up and get some good upsteps. But it's really a question of what we're going to get on the day. And, as you can see, that they still put in some maps as well. Ancient, most played, expecting that to potentially see that in the veto. I feel pretty confident, at least a decent level from Sampi. But as you said, I think Metasport feel like the bit more of a favorite here in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It almost feels like a bit of an academy game, to be honest. When you actually look at the average age of both teams, it's about 20 years old between the two. There's a lot to be said for just young talent, right? Both of these teams super exciting. You were just sort of touching upon how exciting some of these young Sampi players are to watch and how they can really make or break a day. Like Tagged is one of those players that when he plays well, when he shows up to the server, he is unstoppable. Take a look at the veto now. Sampi banning out Inferno first. No major surprises there. It's one that they play, but they've had a terrible record on it so far this year. So they want to get it out of there straight away. The Anubis ban from Metasport is a little bit of an interesting one, but they do actually play all 7 maps in the pool. So they can kind of have that luxury. They can target their ban based on what their opponents are strong on. And the first pick we see is Overpass. That's going to be Sampi's choice.
Yeah, Overpass makes a lot of sense here. If you had to look at any real weak link in Metasport's pool, it would be Overpass, but they still play it quite often. I mean, 9 maps actually vetted for this team. I still feel at least that there might be protocols in place for them to play it out. Mirage, as expected, you were mentioning that it would be a pick, and it makes the most sense here. 90% at this level of competition is nothing to scoff at, and I think it makes perfect sense here. Even if Sampi have played through it, it seems as though the talent is just too strong for that roster. Nuke ban coming out for Sampi. That feels pretty expected. Only a map played. And I'm surprised that there wasn't that punish involved by Metasport. But our decider will be Vertigo, and only 1 map played for Sampi there as well. So I like that at least Metasport are going to flex that map pool and get themselves an advantageous veto. So even if we get to a 3rd map, I think you still can favor Metasport in that sense as well.
Yeah, I mean, just playing all 7 maps in the pool gives you a huge advantage, and it's just a real blessing. And just sort of talking about their Mirage win rate, it's not just a high win rate, it's the way that they get those wins as well. I mean, the last 3 times they've played it, they've not dropped more than 7 rounds, and they've been taking wins against some decent teams as well. Most recent of which being just 2 days ago against Bleed. That was a 13-7. And then, previous wins against Anonymous, Mouse NXT, Lil Mix, Big Academy. There's some formidable opponents in there, and to just be like breezing through them, like 13-6, 13-7, not only shows that the talent of this roster, but actually just how comfortable they are on that Mirage pick. So, unfortunately for them, they don't get to play it first. They do have to kind of overcome the first hurdle, which is Overpass, and it is one that they haven't won so far this year. They haven't really had the best results on it going into the tail end of last year either. But they will sort of have that buffer, right? They'll have that fallback. If Overpass doesn't go too well, then they can say, it's all right. We're confident we can bring this to a 3rd, and that's what they need.
Exactly. I'm just so excited to watch this Metasport team play, to be completely honest with you. I'm looking at players like Nilo, who's been hyped up by the Tier 1 community pretty heavily at this point. I believe he was the most picked in the bold predictions for the top 20. And you obviously look at the other players on this team who've already started garnering a bit more of a following, where you look at DTR, who's been kind of developing as an IGL for quite some time now. And I actually thought NIP looked pretty decent when he was on that squad. I didn't necessarily feel like his cut was warranted. And players like Suspu also showed that he had enough of a gameplay to him that he could sustain a time in 0-0 Nation. And of course, Jaquino, he had his time in Tier 1, so he's got a lot of experience beneath him. So for me, it's like this Metasport team has got a good balance, and they're still pretty young. And for that reason, I think that balance is going to be very, very exciting to see whether or not they can kind of make that jump into Tier 1.5 at least.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, folks, we will be jumping into the first map of this series. It's Overpass. It's Sampi's map pick, but it does mean that Metasport will get the choice of the sides, likely to be kicking things off on the defense. And Yeah, a young roster. A roster that the core of which were formerly under the Young Ninjas. I think a lot of people thought that their route into Tier 1 would be under the Ninjas in Pyjamas brand, but they're here and they've been taking names since joining this project. Now, Zampi getting things rolling over towards the B-bomb site, stacked up outside Monster, and it's a very heavy configuration from Metasport elsewhere. They've got the information on A, but they do not have any manpower on the other side of this map, so they need to be very, very careful.
You'll have this fast B flank at the very least, maybe some players coming from Con and some players from the back of Spawn itself, but it'll be 5 men straight into that B bomb site. It'll be a free clear for them. They still have a kit on the back of ZTR, so at the very least they can take their time on this retake and get settled, but they're already up in the short and they're actually flanking all the way into Spawn. Look at them trying to bolster into that A bomb site, but ZTR is here, really the only man to defend. But look at that, Nilo already off to the races, getting that opening 5v4, staying alive, getting himself another. Fido goes down, and there goes Zedco. Beautiful shots there from the youngster, and the hype really does mean a lot from the Tier 1 community, showing why that's the case. Sus finishes it off, but what a round from the young gun, and Metasport get themselves the pistol.
That's just absolutely wild. I mean, someone's been doing their homework, right? That felt like a real counter strat. Obviously, Zampi not taking any map control elsewhere. Everybody rooted their way onto that B bomb site, and they very well read, and I think sort of understood that it's a play that Metasport go for on their pistol rounds here on Overpass, that they were going to be aggressing on A, and then when they realized that there's nothing there, they'd be going in for that flank. They'd be playing the retake from the back end of the B sites. That's why Zampi pushed all the way up, wanted to get that C4 planted on A. They had all the preparations in place, but nothing can prepare you for how electric Nilo can be. And as soon as he pops off like that, 3 headshots, and there's not a lot you can do about it. Into the second, obviously the bottom plant will merit them a little bit of cash, so 4 Galils, 1 MAC-10 on the other side of things. Much of the same. But Metasport looking to try and make this 2, and yeah, a little more firepower behind the M4s than obviously the AK counterpart of those Galils.
Yeah, I appreciate the force buy straight away from Sampi, trying to make sure that Metasport can't get away with a round like that and make sure that they can keep their economy in check. But I like all this early map control that they've been able to get. Nobody contesting from the Swedes into connector, and with that, a potential split opportunity to get in the bathroom safely. Fino is going to have quite a number of players in front of him, but that play gets immediately shut down with that triple swing and long. And Metasport have to slow things down. Now Nilo again trying to pull things back for his squad. Great kill on the Savannah. And the 4v4 ensues. It's only this A control that Sampi have, so they're going to have to kind of accelerate with only 35 seconds left on the clock.
Okay. A lot of damage taken, and they're making the wrong call here.
Actually pulling back, yeah.
Yeah, tapping the brakes, but into the B site, and ZTR's nade is perfectly timed. A slam dunk onto E-Live. And damage onto the rest as well. He's got all of the information. His teammate's fallen, but the MP9 can clatter away. Buys further time. There's 8 seconds on this clock. So much pressure to get this bomb planted. And they're not even going to get the opportunity. A lovely hold there from Metasport. And yeah, just those late round calls to go for the rotations on the B site. Absolutely perfect. The way that ZTR plays that whole situation as well is just sublime. So 2 on the board for Metasport and Sampi with no real silver linings in that round. No bomb plant, not too many kills either. It has to be an eco here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they had an attempt to go back on that A side, and as soon as Nilo pulls it back to the 4v4, they realize they can't go into bathrooms. They have to pull back in the connector, and they haven't cleared out short. They haven't cleared out monster. It's a huge risk to run, and you are going into that 3-stack. You haven't been able to prove to Metasport to pull that third rotation into the A site, and Sampi get punished, and then some. Great plays from ZTR to stay alive with the MP9 and get that huge double. So big eco for Sampi, and Metasport quell that opening force buy from the likes of Sampi. I'm very curious to see like who is that pop-off player. Will it be Fino on that AWP? Will you see a resurgence from a player like Zedco? There's a lot of players that you can look towards Sampy, but I mean, you've got to find some individual prowess here if you want to go toe-to-toe with players like a Nilo, like a Jaquinho.
Well, 4 versus 3. And yeah, you're right. I don't think these guys are too intimidated by Nilo or Jaquinho just yet, but Nilo gave them every reason to in the pistol round. Zedco working his way forward with the Deagle. Player that's a little bit older than his teammates, but brings a wealth of experience and absolutely heaps of talent. Nilo, perfect timing. Elive's going to drop. Just the numbers whittle further. You're not expecting too much out of Sampy here, but considering they've invested into some upgraded pistols, they're hoping for a little bit of damage, and it's not going to come their way. Nilo just continues to pop the heads, and ZTR will finish off the job. So, a single kill. Metasport can shrug off that casualty. Sampy, of course, will have the money to buy into the rifles this round. But Metasport are looking confident here. 3 on the board. This is their opponent's map pick. This is one of their weakest maps in the pool. So, yeah, this is a very, very good way to kick things off.
Definitely the case. Sampy finally get that full buy that they're looking for. Fino gets his AWP, which is fantastic to see him off to the races. Jaquinho, also his counterpart, will have the big green as well. But just to stand still early on, we won't have that direct head-to-head in middle. Like the spam from ZTR to at least soften up these connector players. As spam comes through and Tagged actually goes through the Molotov, takes some significant damage for it as well. But they've been getting connector control, and that's the most important part here for Sampy. At the very least, they can have that bit of map control. This time they actually do have short control as well. And in a minute 15 on the clock, they have a lot of room to maneuver around this map and at least try to force an opening pick in their favor.
Well, finally, the AWP from Jaquinho means that he can hold the A-bomb site from a distance and the stack can go elsewhere. Nice entry. Jaquinho doesn't miss those. Routine shot as tagged. Crouch walks into the angle, and they are going to regroup and hit towards this B site. 2 defenders there, but a third on his way at ZTR on a fast rotation, and Jaquinho knows what's up as well, so he's going to maneuver his way round 2. Just wants to double check long first. There we go. Yeah, no one trying to get sneaky. Fino needs this entry. 35 seconds left.
Oh,
that's
wow.
A very well-timed incendiary. Just as he was about to pull the trigger on the execute, they're forced away, and with not a lot of time, they're going to throw all the util, try and sell a fake, and send it right back up to A.
Yeah, they're not in a great scenario here, Sampy. They're going to have to scamper to this A site, but Jaquinho is here, and that's all that Metasport really needed at this point, to at least get one before the bomb goes down. There it is. Now ZTR can swing. He gets himself a second, and it's just a wipe on this A bomb site. Zedco trying to sell a lurk on the B site, but it's all too little too late. Clean sheet maintained by the Swedes, and every read just so clean right now from Metasport. Sampy cannot get a foothold here on this T side.
It's actually very impressive from Metasport here, just how well they've been able to read their opponents. Like, some people have been playing mind games, right? This has not been standard CS or a very standard way to play Overpass at all. They've been dancing around the map. They've been trying to sell these fakes. And Metasport have just read it like a book, right? As soon as it felt like it was going to be a late round execution on the B site, they put all of the players in place to deal with it. But even when that fake came through, even when those nades rained over, and Metasport were left in a situation where you'd really expect them to just stay on that B site, they actually sent over the rotation. ZTR was up on that A bomb site. Jaquinho was there with the AWP as well, and they just dealt with that perfectly. They're very, very confident in their abilities, and they don't need to over-rotate. They know that a crossfire with 2 players on the site is more than enough to get the job done, and they've proven that time and time again. Just down to the pistols then. Zedco with that saved AK. He's going to be on double eco, though, $50. Well, I say that. They've got the max loss bonus, so not really, but obviously won't be able to fully invest into the next round unless he finds a couple of kills here. This support flash.
Like him to get activated, but he can't. It's Savannah that's actually going to be going down first. They're going to try to target Jaquinho this time around, and he actually misses his first shot, but there's Nilo. Triple spray down for him. And then Jaquinho chimes back in, Tad goes down, and another flawless A defense here for Metasport. Nilo and Jaquinho can't be moved. They're like rocks here in the bathrooms. And Sampi has really got to figure out another option. Try to maybe force the issue to the B bomb side, but the utility there is so good that it's just so hard to find a real route into any of these sites for Sampi. What is the solution?
I'd argue that their boulders cannot get past Nilo. He's 10-1 right now. They can't even kill him. Just unbelievable. And honestly, such a low blow in that last round as well. They identified where Jaquinho was, and they were like, right, okay, we found the AWPer. He's missed his shot. This is our chance to overwhelm him, to find an opening kill, and grab ourselves a sniper, right? As soon as they start to try and pressure him down, Nilo just gets the timing through the fading smoke, and bam, bam, bam. All their hopes and dreams collapse. Nice sort of triple boost into short, but no one's home. Valuable information nonetheless. But once again, the early four-man stack here on the B site. And they're going to take the short control with this, but they will have a bit of leg room, and they'll have that information to be able to rotate ZTR elsewhere. Ball comes down to timing for tagged. Oh, he has spotted one. Oh, no. That's awkward.
And actually confirm the kill, and Sampi are caught between two minds. They want to punish this short aggression, but they're sus to at least get the trade. But great work from Sampi to go 2 for 1. It gives them a huge route into this B bomb site, and finally an opening for the squad. They have an opportunity to get the bomb down, and as Metasport were trying to clear out Divider, their other site was overrun, and that short control that Metasport were looking for does not work out. It's just a matter of timing, as you said, and Fino pretty much shuts down this round, and finally the clean sheet is broken. I love that round from Sampi, just to kind of hold on to connector. They've been getting that valuable piece of the map for a while now, and finally they actually get kills off the back of it, rather than just kind of sitting on it and hoping for the best. It actually nets them that round this time around.
Well, Zetia. Ooh, the molly does a tickle of damage. Unfortunate for him that no one was low enough for it to be lethal. But yeah, not bad. First round on the board for Sampi. Metasport had enough cash in the bank that they definitely could have justified having a crack at that 4v2. But they recognise the fact that it's early days here in the first half, and maintaining that economy, maintaining this lead, not giving Sampi any opportunities to close this gap is very, very important. It's absolutely paramount. So into this follow-up, the rifle's out again. ZTR with that AK that he's carried across. Jaquinho once again with the sniper. Oh, gets hit by the molly. He'll fall away. Relatively unscathed.
And with that, the default spread again feels a little bit more A-leaning. Nilo will jump spot to get some information. He spots two heads, he can fall back, and they can kind of rejig the setup if they want to move back into bathrooms and try to take some more map control, and that's what they will do. As soon as they get settled into these positions, it feels like they kind of take over the round. And Nilo will continue to advance. They've smoked off Divider, but this time, Jaquinho actually goes down. Fino has the line, and now Nilo's caught between a rock and a hard place. Only man left on the site. Players are coming to rotate in, but he's got to stall out for as long as possible as his time continues to rot away. But they're actually committing heavy rotations here at this sport.
Okay. An advantage again here for Sampi, but a heavy stack on the A site. Util flying in. And with 25 seconds left, they have to be crisp on the fights, but Adam B doubles up. Nilo and ZTR chime in with more. And Zedco, with 19 seconds left, has to find both. At least isolates it into 2 1v1s. And now has the final man to find. Adam B timing everything, and timing will bless him this time round. Metasport make it 6. That one comes a little close for comfort. But they will take it over the finish line, and yeah, they'll keep the money in their favour. They'll keep the rounds going their way. And they've just done a really, really good job at using their utility to run down that clock and apply loads of pressure onto Sampi, to the point that when there's seconds to spare in the round, they're having to tread on each other's toes and stumble onto a bomb site just to try and force a plant.
Yeah, these reads have been fantastic as well by DTR. I'm surprised that, I mean, it's been this accurate throughout this entire half. Sure, it's a map that they've been struggling to win, but the CT reads are there. You have that triple rotation into the A site, and sure, Nilo loses that manpower in Jaquinho, but he's got cavalry pretty much instantaneously, and it makes his job as an A anchor much easier. And it forces Sampi to find some new solutions. They're going to go back to this short control that's been working for them so well. And this B split looks all but ready to happen. Triple site hold by the Swedes. And here comes that fourth rotation again. But the site hold is held strong by Adam B. A lot of damage put in. Susp gets 2 though, and a third with 1 magazine alone. And it's only Fino left up in this flash in the face of him. And he's got to back away through the smoke. It's such a difficult clutch for him in the 1v3. And sure, he's got the bomb on his back, but Metasport again holds strong. This time, it's Susp on the A1S. And every individual on this Metasport roster calling to action whenever they're needed.
Well, Fino obviously just wanting to save here, but does need to be careful. Doesn't want to venture too far. Yeah, he's found himself a nice little hidey hole. He'll tuck himself here, bring this AWP into the next. This is going to mean 7 for Metasport, though. And that is quite a scary prospect. Especially considering that, remember, this is Sampi's map pick. This is one of their strongest maps in the pool. This is one of Metasport's weakest. And if they can't topple them here, then they'll have to do so on Mirage, which is going to be a real tall order. Metasport just looking fired up today. And Sampi looking a little bit weak. Some of those harder hitters. Tag, the one that we were bigging up at the start of this, the player that has the highest rating on this squad. He's currently sitting 1 and 7. Struggling to have any impact here. Something a little bit quicker towards Connector.
Another early fight here for Nilo, but this time around Fino is able to punish, and Connector control just really hasn't been the name of the game for the Swedes. They've been struggling, frankly, they haven't even been fighting for it, and when they do, they've gotten punished. But look at Savannah, long range AK-47 spray down, and Sussman Adam B can't even get any real damage off to him. That should be the round for Sampi, unless we can get some heroics from the captain and his mate Jaquinho. But fantastic round there from Savannah, and great punish from Fino. Now they can kind of just play the clock, go together as 5 and trade effectively. But everything going their way this time around.
Well, still somewhat winnable here on the basis that there's 30 seconds on this clock and the bomb is still right back.
They've cleared the B site.
Toilets. Okay, yeah, they've... All right. Now Savannah's completely cleared B. The bomb will route its way down. I thought there was a world that maybe they kind of slip up and continue to pursue the toilets control and maybe get caught out by ZTR.
Bomb will be planted and the save will come through. There's a lot of cash. Or actually, there's not too much cash here on the Metasport side. So perhaps this save is absolutely paramount at this point. Zetko's going to try to take a gun away, but instead he gets his head popped. And it's really important that they're able to save here because, again, as I said before, the cash isn't the greatest on the Swedish side. And we'd like to hold on to as many defensive rounds as possible to try to maintain this momentum, run away with the 10-2 half if possible. But on Sampy's end, they're just on the cusp of making this a very competitive half and staying within their map pick. We know the amount of potency that lies in Mirage for Metasport and how important this map is here for Sampy if they want to rush ahead in the Swiss stage at that 1-0. We've spoken about how competitive this contender stage is and how coveted a spot would be in the main stage. But there's going to be quite a hurdle to jump over, and that doesn't make their life any easier with Zetko going down. He's been huge on these entries, but now Metasport can smile with a 5v4.
Powerful stuff. Vikinho. Oh, how is that not lethal? Just catches him through the edge of the rock and will not find the kill. Posted up in the meantime. Nilo just around this corner. Obviously a two-man advantage. So they should be able to make this 8. Sampy has been given a bit of a lifeline here. In fact, sorry, it's not a two-man advantage. Fitno's still alive, isn't he? So 5v4. Nilo's timing's everything. Oh, what a support flash. Only good for the 1. A single bullet would have made it 2.
Oh, but great nade from Fino to at least shut down Nilo. At this point, Jaquinho's going to be caught between a rock and a hard play. He's got to have his aim trained, but it's just a matter of timing. The bullets finally go off, and now Jaquinho knows what's up. Now he clears out the front of APC. And again, Fino was so low at the opening exchanges that him and Tag don't really have too much room to bolster into this A site. And they've got to head for the high hills. 15 seconds left on the clock. It's now their turn to save. And Metasport are right back to winning ways. They've picked themselves their 8th. And it's, again, all down to some great flashes from DTR to prog Zanito into those opening gunfights. And great awareness from Jaquinho to shut down some encroaching T's in that final sequence there from Sampy. So, great round there again by the Swedish side. And it just feels like they're running away with this defense.
Yeah, they really are. Obviously, the rounds that they've lost as well have just been singular anomalies here and there. They've not been able, or at least Sampy have not been able to actually materialize 2 in a row. Snowball off of their success at any point.
So far, real team effort here from Metasport. They've been pretty even across the board. Of course, Nilo's been head and shoulders on the A site, but the rest of the men on Metasport have really held up their end of the bargain. Sus this time on the B site, getting himself an opening 5v4. Sampy realizing that they can try to fight here on short side, but again, met with utility, met with bullets all across the shop. It's sure Susp is down to 11 HP, but at the end of the day, he's got that opening 5v4, and now it's Nilo's turn to swing for the fences, get himself another opening frag, and Fido can't hit his shot, and there's Nilo to step up with another huge triple kill. 1 mag again, and the E-Live can actually trade. It's just Zedko again, and man, oh man, Nilo is putting on an absolute clinic here to kick off this series.
He's playing out of his mind. 15 and 5. Did sort of slow down a little bit, right? He was 10-1. And then I think he went like 11 and 3, something like that. A couple of rounds where he wasn't finding the multi-kills. But he's back to winning ways. He's back to the Nilo that we're used to seeing here. And an opportunity for a 10-2 half is something not to frown at. Metasport in a brilliant position here. Final round of the half. Sampy, of course, with a bye, but lacking in many areas. 2 Galils, a Mac 10, couple of players without very much util. Zedko hasn't got any of it. And the confidence just oozing out of Metasport right now. Chiquinho on an advanced position on long. Tag trying to play through this smoke. Zedko's going to do the same elsewhere. Nilo, are you ready for it? You're not ready. The elbow's poking around, but somehow he still gets out of that alive.
That's Nilo taking his lucky stars there to get out alive and not giving away that opening 5v4. But it's into this B site, and for the first time in a long time, Metasport have made the wrong read. They have to give over all of the site, and I think we have a shot at least Sempi trying to hold on to a round here. But again, 5v5s are going to be difficult to hold on to. Adam B gets one, tagged with the trade. But look at this flank now from Zedko. So potent here in the late round, and he surely should be able to lock in this round. Chiquinho goes down, but look at that. How does Nilo get the trade back? Still a little bit of room to play with. ZTR gets another trade back into the 2v1. And there is Sampi closing the round out, or the half out, I should say, with 3 rounds. And things look at least manageable there for Sampi to save some face.
Yeah, that's an important round to be winning. 9-3. I mean, it's nothing to write home about, but it's much more recoverable than a 10-2, especially if they can top this off with a pistol round win here. CT side, everybody. No, actually, not quite. Everybody opting for the Kevlar. So that has been dropped some jewellies. He's really buffed up here. The Eli sacrifices himself, drops over a smoke, a flash, and a pair of jewellies, and wields nothing himself besides that USP. Metasport looking to go for something a little quicker here towards the B site. Smoke in towards bridge, and they're going to send it right up short.
Straight into that B site, and there's only 2 players here. Tagged has to go huge. He gets himself a double and make it. I was going to say make it a triple, but Savannah's there to clean things up. Finally, the cleanup crew arrives. ZTR and Subs get their trades in. And I know they'd love a bomb plant here to at least attempt at this clutch and force a buy into the following. But now things get at least doable to try to clutch up here. Zedko is aware of the timing in the short side, and it just eludes him. Now he has to duel, but Sus can't hit his lines. Zedko is there to confirm, and now ZTR, the captain, has got to go huge, and Zedko closes things out. What an opportunity there for Sussman. He can't convert. The defuse is in for Sampi, and they've still got a way back into this. Sure, the buy will come into the next, but at least some confidence can start to build on the side of Sampi.
Yeah, that's fantastic stuff. As I said before, if you can top it off with a pistol round, then all of a sudden, you really do have a shot at pulling this back, Sampi. I don't want to put too much pressure on them, but we talked about the fact in the pre-game that this was a bit of a must-win map if they want to have a decent chance of taking this series their way. Metasport in with a force, though. Remember, they got the bomb plant at the pistols, so some real firepower behind them here. Sampi taking no chances. Not a single SMG. It's 4 M4s and a FAMAS. ZTR doesn't want to overstay his welcome here on B short, so we'll start to reel it in. His teammates all grouped up into Fountain, about to go for a hit on this A-bomb site. Safety in numbers they'll play. Fino very, very exposed. Needs to be careful.
Not too much utility here for Metasport either. It's going to just be raw contact. And Susp gets what he was looking for. The opening 5v4. And it's only Eli here in the back of the site. He's got to go huge. Finally, Savannah is here for the trade, but he can't get anything. That one flashbang that they had on the back of Nilo hits like a truck to Sampi. They can't trade in any way. And it's a flawless round on the force buy from Metasport. And a fantastic call there from ZTR, understanding that they were low on utility. The only real way that they could hit the brakes was to just win the gunfights, and they were managed that off of the divider. They accelerate into the A site, and Sampi can't do anything but save. Only 2 rifles will be able to get carried over into the next. We have a little bit of a force buy wars on deck for us now, but Metasport seem primed and ready to try to steal away this map pick from Sampi. and hurtle themselves into Mirage with a lot of confidence in their step.
Yeah, that's huge. That's absolutely huge. You give Sampi a little taste, right? Give him a little taste of a comeback. But again, it's this recurring theme of Sampi have not been able to put 2 rounds together. They haven't been able to do it so far this game. It's individual round wins amongst a sea of Metasport victories. Back onto the investment again. The rifle's out, but for Sampi, certainly not as strong. Couple of MP9s, a Deagle around those 2 M4A1Ss. It does need to be Tagged and Zedco to do the heavy lifting. Zedco's been pretty fantastic this game, all things considered. Tagged certainly lacking.
I mean, let alone Tagged, it's just Sampi has been severely struggling just as a squad to put out some frags, just output some bit of firepower for this roster, and it just feels like Metasport have found a lot of solutions. We have a slight tech pause here that wasn't live, folks, and we're just going to try to sort that out as quickly as possible before hopping back into the action. I believe it's Nilo that is disconnected from the server, but yeah, I mean, I think as a whole, it just feels like the individuals of Metasport, whenever called upon, have been delivering and then some. And on both halves at this point, just kind of running over Sampi.
Well, be interesting to see if Metasport go for the same as what they were in the last round after this tech pause, you know. I mean, they weren't... This is kind of the thing. When you have a round that's live, but there's no damage dealt because you're playing it very slowly, and then there's a disconnect and you're actually able to reset the round, it's very interesting because you sort of say, okay, we didn't take any contact, so they don't know where we were coming from, but also we don't know if they aggressed elsewhere and sort of discovered where we were playing, right? You got to remember the fact that in that round, Sampi were jump spotting short. They confirmed that there was absolutely no presence towards B short, and that Metasport were likely applying the pressure over on the A side, which was the case. So it'll be interesting to see if Metasport go for the same again, or if they do change things up out of fear that Sampi did clock the strategy, put the reinforcements in place accordingly. But yeah, same buy that we saw last time. ZTR's got a gun on the floor, I think. I don't see it. There it is. It's an M4. Happy days. 10-4 then. Metasport looking to try and make this 11 and close out their opponent's pick. Susp to be the one to take first contact here in mid. No, in fact, they're just going to cross into playground. They want no trouble.
I like this jumping MP9. We've seen players like Rops try to pull it off, but there's nobody in short for them to even test it on. Instead, it's up through long, and a great kill for Susp to kick things off and get themselves a lot of map control, a lot of respect from these Sampi players in the 4v4. And it really all comes down to Tagged in short to hold on to this sort of position for the defense. They'll back out and they'll try to join hands together, move back into the B site. And it's not necessarily the right call, especially after getting all that long control. Sampi don't even bite. They don't send even another rotation into that part of the map. And with that, it's going to be 2 players on the site itself and then Tagged here for a potential quick flank. Now, the call here is just all straight through Monster. And they're going to have to run and basically clear out this site as quickly as possible before Tagged can make an entrance.
Couple of big kills with the MP9s, but the trades are imminent, and there it is. Sus pulls it back into the 2-on-2, will commit to the plant, but they're not holding short, and Tactic will deny it. Now, there is enough time for ZTR to retrieve this bomb and get it down. I think he spotted Fino, apparently not, and yeah, that's going to be the end of that. Fino makes a bit of a meal of it, but does find the kill eventually, and it will be 10-5. Unfortunate stuff for Esport. They had a big advantage there in that round, and they sort of fluffed it a little bit.
Yeah,
But what's most important for
time,
Zampi is they win the round, right? Doesn't matter how they get there.
Right, no, that's very true. I mean, it felt as though Metasport just didn't take enough time to really feel out that default after getting the 5v4. It felt like they could have gotten away with taking a lot of long control, maybe some bathrooms control. And instead, they try to accelerate on the B early, right into the opening arms of Sampi. They don't clear short. And that is to their untimely demise. They still got a buyout for themselves, though. Not out of the woods just yet, or Sampi. And at the very least, we've got a game on our hands to try and complete the barrels molly from Nilo actually misses. So they can't advance it and be early. They'll have to slow things down straight away.
Sus, perfect. Patient and knows exactly where to put his crosshair. Relive drops in a man advantage once again here for Metasport. Bomb left at the top of con though, so not committing to anything just yet. They want to send out the feelers. They've done that so far. They've done a decent job at it. Tag just in this smoke. Look at it. They're waiting for it to fade. They want to rest here. Him and Zedko. Oh my god. How does ZTR find that so quickly? It's a good trade, but still the numbers leaning in Metasport's favor, and they just thin out the defenses on that B site.
Wow. That's a sick shot there from Tagged. Committing to the wood wall, and Nilo not getting that trade means Metasport are going to have to pump the brakes just slightly. They have to be aware that there's another player in Graffiti, and this won't be just a simple business. They try to actually contact their way through, but great trades there from Sampi. Just not quick enough on the trade were the Swedes, and it leaves Sus, the man who was able to open up this round, having to close it as well. 77 HP, only 14 seconds left on the clock. He's got to smoke to at least make his life for the plant a little easier, but they're just going to double up, try to charge him down. He's aware that they're pushing up, but he can't actually get the job done. You thought he could maybe catch a player or two on the edge of the smoke, but not to be. Another bomb plant for Metasport, but the defuse is there for Sampi. And with that, one of the few ecos here for the Swedes, and Sampi continue to build some confidence here and try to edge closer in this opening map.
Yeah, absolute heroics from Tagged there. Honestly, the weight of that round comes on his shoulders, and he carries it very, very comfortably. Brilliant little contact play between him and Savannah as well, where he swung off of the trade in water. But yeah, rock solid defenses, and it really is on Tagged's merit. If he drops early in that round, then it's a very different story. Tech9 sending it into short. Zedko does clock it. I'm not sure he realizes all five are there, but he will now. And it's going to be a firing range, an absolute mow down. A little bit messy from Zedko, but they will come out on top. Nilo eventually will get the trade, but not before all of his teammates have fallen flat on their faces. Left with it all to do. Okay,
Absolutely
well, short-lived.
Nuked. Short-lived indeed. Absolutely nuked there from Metasport, from Sampi rather, and now the buys come out, and now is the point in time in the game where I have to look at ZTR's calling and say, hey, if you want to be considered a good IGL, you've got to find the way to get these last 3 rounds against a Sampi roster that's now got CT Economy behind them, guns behind them, and more importantly, they've got momentum behind them as well. And if you can pull it off now, I'd be very impressed. And we've seen him develop as a caller for quite some time now, and I like to think he's gotten much more comfortable as a caller. But these are the type of situations where things get a little bit more difficult. And I'm very curious to see what the game plan is going to be, and it's just pretty stock standard, all things said. They're not going for any long control. They're very okay with taking this party control instead and trying to feel out what Sampy's throwing, because we have seen some mid-round aggression from them in rounds previous. Maybe just looking to punish and explode off that contact. Yeah, what a shot there from Chiquinho. Just a couple of taps and Fino's out the server.
Ooh, lovely little boost there. Zedco does damage, but again, it's a bit of a recurring theme. Tagging a player down to a slither of health, but not quite finishing off the job. The 4v4 tagged. Needs to do it again. He has got support from Zedco this time around, but the mollies rain in, and Nilo will crack open the first. Is he aware that the second's there? Yeah. Oh man, Zedco. If he doesn't take a tag of damage from that molly, then I think he goes incognito. But the second that they hear him burn, they know exactly what to do, and I think it's going to be a save here for Savannah and the E-Live.
So unfortunate there for Zedco. Maybe he at least gets one, perhaps even a second, but comes up empty-handed. Sampy will have to head for the hills. The Swedes get themselves their 11th, and it's a fantastic call there from Metasport and ZTR to pull back into that B side instantaneously. It's effective, it's decisive, and they rise up to the challenge pretty much off the rip before Sampy can really build a conversation on this defense. They edge ever closer to stealing away the map pick of Sampy. And as we spoke about ad nauseum, Barrage is a potent map for the likes of Metasport. And even Vertigo, for that matter, feels pretty favored for them as well, considering how few maps Sampy have played. So, if this map is confirmed for the Swedes, it feels like quite a gargantuan task here for Sampy to overcome. You don't want to be 1-0 in the hole and also have maps like Mirage and Vertigo to potentially overcome and try your hand at the reverse sweep.
H2e in, Adam V. Oh, he's had the tag. Knows that there's one close. Doesn't want to commit to it as Nilo's just found a kill elsewhere, and he's got a brilliant angle here. They can just crunch right in. The E-Live cannot swing around this corner without having to take a gunfight. Does get the timing. H2e will finish off the job. And the E-Live has done a very good job at fighting his way out of this. Oh my goodness. Wow.
I mean, what fantastic tracking there. Nilo has to suffer 2 wall bangs just from 100 to 0. And now ZTR is getting swarmed at this point. Does good to at least get 1 kill. But now it's up to Chiquinho and Suspin, a 2v3, to edge this back in their favor. Of course, E-Live is heavily tagged at this point after those 2 exchanges. But an insane triple kill to at least make this a winnable round for Sampy. Job now for Suspects to retrieve that bomb, and more importantly, Chiquinho's got to find an opening into the site itself. Ships in the night, both players completely missing one another, and it's just back to back, nobody clearing out the other. And Chiquinho has an opportunity to do something huge, but that smoke might give things away. And E-Live still doesn't notice it. He doesn't know where that smoke comes from. And all that firepower from him in the round, in this round, triple kill for him is all for naught. It leaves a very winnable 2v2 now for the Swedish side. And almost no retake utility, but Savannah still's trying to make a round out of it. Great kill from him. And Chiquinho, we spoke about his individual prowess, trying to go huge, but Savannah's there. The flank works out wonders, and they right the ship. E-Live's triple kill is not all for nothing, and Sampy get themselves their 8th.
Oh, man. As soon as Chiquinho throws that smoke, you kind of expect the E-Live to turn around. You expect him to scratch his head and question, but I think when a smoke comes from behind you, you just assume that it's a teammate on rotation. It takes a bit of time to sort of clock. Hold on a minute. Where are my teammates right now? Yeah, it could have been unfortunate if they ended up fumbling the round off of the back of it. Metasport with the bomb plant will go for another buy here. But again, a Galil, not a whole lot of util. Jaquinho far from that sniper that I think he'd probably feel more comfortable with right about now. It's the same default that we've seen a couple of rounds in a row. Elive needs to be careful. Smoke in place. That's going to be a good nade. That should do some damage. There it is.
Nice. Yeah, good nade. And with that, you're just going to abscond, move back into short, and back up. That's where Nilo's there to chime in instantaneously. Basically regain that part of the map as the CTs recede. And a lot of room for Metasport to play with. They've actually made good headway into long, as well as party. So a lot of options here for ZTR to call. But it's going to be on the shoulders of Nilo. Flash in for him. Some utility to boot as well. He's made his way all the way onto the site, trying to get himself some sort of an opening kill. And there's the barrel spotted. Nilo goes for one more. And a double opening for Metasport onto this B bomb site. Bomb plant should be all but inevitable. But now Elive can find a way back on the site as well. Huge kills for him. The cross manages to come through. And somehow, some way, Sampi have got themselves a 3v3. That Molotov is absolutely fantastic. Adam B can't get away following the bomb plant. And now Fino chimes in as well. So another impossible clutch now for Jaquinho to try to navigate. Great damage onto the first, but it's no confirmation. There's one on the Elive. Tries to get one more on the tag. Then it's all Fino up to bat. Bullets running dry. And Fino's there for the final frag. So close there for the vet and Jaquinho. But Sampi edge another one back. And it's 9 for them. Only 2 rounds the difference. And Metasport just can't get to finish the job.
Wow. Time again. I mean, I just don't understand after Nilo's found that double how that goes so horribly wrong. I think it's just the lack of util there for Metasport. Obviously, they prioritized the rifles, they prioritized the firepower over that utility, and it meant that once they got onto that site, Nilo gave them a 2-man advantage, but they were kind of trapped, right? It's either stay on default and inevitably get pre-fired, or you have to make that deadly cross. You have to try and get those post plants, either fall back to monster, fall back to short, and yeah, it ends up costing them. Big time. 11-9, scoreline really closes up. Sampi have been much stronger on their CT side here. No major surprise, right? It's their map pick. They are much better on the defense. It is the second most CT-sided map in the pool at pro level statistically as well. But considering how commanding and one-sided it was when Metasport kicked things off in the first, I am a little bit surprised that Sampi have got that mental resilience to even get back into this game, pull it back to where it is right now.
Yeah, and you're starting to get that individual prowess stepping up. Tagged has had some couple blinder of rounds with his anchoring. You know, you have Elive with his rotations and doing a great job in connector. And that gives a little bit of space for players like Fino to start waking up as well. A lot of headway made by Metasport here with this half buy, making their way all the way to bathroom. The triple rotation is here on the site itself, but they can try to at least try to close this distance with the pistols here.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, crisis averted. Pops out to the Tech 9 as well. The Elive doesn't want to reload. He just wants to keep the kills coming. And for Nilo, well, he's had an unbelievable game, hasn't he? He's 24-13, but the 1v4, especially with the flank in fast, is a bit of a tall order. So 11-10. Scoreline could close up right here and now. Metasport have been on the cusp of 12 for quite some time now. They've had their opportunities. They've been unable to seize them. It has to work for them here. No money for the AWP on Jaquinho, but a decent buy nonetheless. 5 AKs. Util all round. Fino sniper they'll have to deal with, but... Hello. Oh, that's awkward, but he's still alive.
Just gotta be careful his feet don't show on the bottom of the short pipe. Adam B's heard the, Zedco has actually heard all of the tags that have come through off of connector. And now he's definitely heard the bullets as well. But Tagged makes it out. And Metasport are just heavily neutered at the opening stages of this round. Your Star and Nilo down to 16 HP. You've lost so much map control. It's got to be some big openings here from the likes of somebody like a Jaquinho who doesn't have the AWP. And it's got to be a good call here from ZTR. They're going to try to re-clear short. Are they going to check that close angle? Jaquinho won't get cleared, but neither will Zedco. And it's just a matter of trigger discipline. He's going to swing around. He's going to get himself the double. And nearly the triple as well. Gets a significant damage off on the ZTR. But somehow, someway, we're still in a 3v3. Heavily tagged Swedish players. But only 20 seconds left on the clock. Oh my goodness. How does Savannah fluff his lines there? ZTR will get to make the crossover. And they've got themselves a plant. How is this round still in contention? Another frag in for the side of Metasport. It's only Jaquinho left up in this. He was the player to open up things on the A bomb site. And now he's got to find a way to close out the round in the 1v2. Kits up. A lot of utility, just a flashbang now at this point. And they've got to get the shots in, but it just doesn't come through. Jaquinho can't complete it. It's a Tarek-like flank, and instead, it's a tie game for Sampy, and Metasport can't get the job done. Oh, he's going to be that's not going to be great for him. That just rattles the confidence and then some. And I'm sure the confidence in the camp as a whole is just not going to be great.
Oh man, that's ridiculous. That's such a shame. He had such a powerful position and he was very aware of it. They were checking short, they were checking monster with a default plant. I think they were expecting him to just be tucked and hiding, waiting for them to tap that bomb before he makes contact. Obviously wasn't going to be able to kill both without the other realizing, spinning around, but yeah, his best chance was lining up the crosshair on the head, getting that one tap in and poking his head back down again. That is rough. 11 to 11, Sampy. This would be one hell of a comeback, and they could get it done in regulation here. They've got the connector control at least this time around. Vino Zorp needs to be careful. Close toilets. He will be smoked off.
Another big round here, pretty much to decide the game, at least on Metasport's side, where they have no funds to respond should Sampy get themselves map point. Well, I like the timing of this nade as well. Softens up Nilo and Adam B, but it's going to be into this B bomb site, into the triple stack. What a shot from Nilo! Running one tap to just delete Savannah, but Zedco tries to do one better. Huge triple kill there from the vet. And it's into the 2v2. Blinding shots all the way around, and the captain gets one back. It's all on Afino. This is the shot on the fallback, and now has to clutch up in the 1v2. How does he pull this off? I don't know.
Surely not like this. A huge comeback just to fumble at the final hurdle. And Fino is worried that there's one behind the pillar, and yeah, it's just so awkward. If he's got a rifle there, it's a different story, but with that AWP, he knows that he's one and done. Good timing from Sus. Just peeks out, finds the kill, will retrieve that AWP as well. That'll go over to Jaquinho, 12 to 11. It's felt like a long time coming here for Metasport. Now they just have to overcome the final round to take this 13-11 in their favour. And despite the comeback from Sampy, their money's broken. They've had so many expensive rounds here that despite 4 in a row, they've got an MP9. Eli doesn't have any money. Zedco's in the same boat as well. They're going to call a quick pause before going for this because they might have to change something up here. They might have to switch the pace.
Yeah, you're right. I really thought that they would have enough funds, but single loss makes their funds not necessarily the greatest either. And yeah, another MP9 on the back of Zedco. Eli on a 5-7. So I was going to say that, you know, Sampy would have one buy left in the tank, but it isn't the case. Metasport, sure, it's a long, drawn-out affair, but if they could still claim their opponent's map pick, it would be massive for them in the scope of this series. And they're going to run straight at Eli with that 5-7, and he actually holds strong. The UMP from ZTR is a questionable purchase, but it actually gets punished. Jaquinho catches some feet, and it actually primes in Adam B to try to trade things back. Oh, goodness me. I don't know if that was the right move there from him. And now a 3v5 for Metasport if they want to go home with the map here. That's a great start, though. Sus punishing some short aggression allows for Nilo to move in. Still a minute left on the clock. A lot of utility as well. But they've still got to find some beautiful headshots if they want to find a way into this B site.
Well, man, disadvantage. But as I said before, lacking in areas. Eli on a 5-7, 2 MP9s hit. They are playing this well. They've got a good configuration in place here on the B-bomb site. They need to win these duels. Jaquinho's arriving at the party fashionably late, but with a C4 on his back and an AWP in hand. Ollie over the top, flash to come. Nilo needs to go big. No, he's been smoked off. HE's good, takes damage. Oh, it's messy. But he does find one through the smoke.
I don't know how he finds one in the smoke. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Nilo has to go bounding through a smoke, and we're going to need extra rounds. You really wouldn't consider it based off of how the first half ended. But Metasport cannot close the map out. Sampy do wonderfully on that defense, and we've got ourselves overtime.
Okay. I think, to be honest, the only route that really does this game justice, right? It's been so back and forth. These two teams have been going hand in hand. Both having such incredibly strong CT sides. Metasport, many rounds have opted for the rifles instead of sort of eating that eco and being able to pull out an AWP on Jaquinho. So, bit of a luxury here for him to have it. They are pressuring in towards Fountain. If they take contact on long, they've got to be careful. Fino's boosted up. Got a nice little off angle hit. You'll fall off of it. Minute 20 on this clock, and Metasport taking some ground.
Sure, the spirits must be a bit rocked at this point for Metasport after dropping pretty much a 10-2 half. At least it felt that way. Of course, ended up being 9-3 at the end of it all, but now flubbed clutches, flubbed man advantages, and now having to overcome overtime. Chance here, though. Got a lot of long control for themselves. And a lot of divider control as well. But 3 players on this A site to respond in kind. 30 seconds left on the clock. And this late game utility usage has been absolutely fantastic by Sampy. The Molotov completely cuts them off from long. Now they're going to commit, but Fino ahead of the smoke gets his, and now Eli can chime in as well. Great work from him. And Adam B, Sus, they've got to do the heavy lifting. Eli was snuck into the smoke as the round continues to expire, and now Fino can chime in, switches to the sidearm, Adam B goes down, and Sampy gets there first in extra time. And very well done there from Eli. He's really stepped up here at the tail end of Overpass.
No major surprise there that they're able to take the first. Obviously, the CT side, it just seems so powerful here on this map, and Sampi need to really be taking 3 here, I think, to be confident to close this out. They were just so lacking on their attack. Stack up again, Fino on the AWP. Actually, a very heavy configuration here towards the B site. And I can't help but feel that Metasport are overcomplicating things a little bit here on their T side. I think, like, given how many times they've tried this same default and they've just been picked apart, might be time to just change the tempo, play together, hit something a little more commanding towards the A side. Often Sampi will go for that 4-man stack on B early on in the round, so it does leave the door wide open for it. Chiquinho has been spotted on the jump. Wasn't quick enough to pull the trigger. He's going to put a rotation at least.
Yeah, at the very least he'll get a rotation, but unfortunately Chiquinho will not get that reswing. And instead, they're going to try their hand again, running back the same A play. And this time, they won't even get the opening 5v4. Fino will actually swing it back the other way. So instead, ZTR decides to pull the ripcord, move back to this B bomb site, where Zedko is waiting in open arms. Only 22 HP to bolster him, but he's got to hold strong for at least a little bit longer. But Nilo spray transfer. What a play there from the young gun. ZTR there to chime in, and what a shot there from Chiquinho. Bomb is planted. Fino gets that opening, but cannot actually overcome this 4v1, and he's gonna have to back away. What an explosive round onto that B bomb site, and a great call to switch up the pace into that B bomb site.
Yeah, that's something a little fresh, something a little new that we needed from Metasport. We'll tie things up at 13 apiece, and more importantly, just put a round down on the T side. That's sort of what I was trying to stress, that it's so important, so important for either one of these teams to just try and take 1 or 2 rounds here on this T side. Give them that opportunity to close out 3 in a row on the defense and take it their way. Felt like a good start when Fino found that first, but yeah, that transfer from Nilo is just criminal. There's not a lot you can do about that. Pressing through the smoke to try and support and trade your teammate. Nilo just sends you packing. 13 apiece then. And it is going to be rifles out again for Sampi. Fino on that sniper. Much of the same for Metaswap. Deep Molly and short will at least stunt Nilo's progression for a few seconds. Ooh. Careful, my friend. Timing. Oh, wow, Zedko. That's unbelievable, and he takes 2.
Wow. Huge double there from Zedko. He's been having a great map for his squad. He's the one that hauled them back into contention in the first place. And now trying to confirm the map as well. Trying to still spam away, trying to get cheeky for a third, but nothing really offered up for him. A minute left on the clock, and tagged. Oh, that's a gross little off angle there for him as well. 2v5 left up in it. They're going to throw themselves to the Wolves. They've got a great lineup for Adam B to get 1 back. Fino goes down. But 2 players still to contest against here. And Zedko, the man of the round, is still alive. Now Savannah's rotated as well. But Savannah gets tapped out as well. Tag's actually quite hit up on the back of the site. 29 seconds left on the clock, and maybe, just maybe, there's a chance at this 2v5, but that short smoke actually is not good enough. And I think that's the route in for Zedko to get the trade in. There's going to be no way for them to plant the bomb. And I think at this point, this should be all over. Great kills for Adam B, and a really nice attempt to at least try to pull back the 2v5. But Sampi, at the end of the day, get the 2 rounds on the defense and try to move over the offense and be that team to close it out and get 2 on their offense.
14-13, Sampi. Yeah, they've done well. They've done well to take 2 there. But they now need at least 1 on their T side to secure themselves double OT. Preferably 2. That would finish off the job. Metasport, though, we saw just how strong they were on their defense. So, of course, a real powerful position here. Them to take 3 on the bounce. We'll see what they can do with it. Quick little timeout before we get back underway. Yeah, not taking any chances. Kids all round for Util, Jaquinho on that AWP. And we're ready to get back into the action. 14-13, Sampi. 2 rounds required to close this out. 1 would secure them double OT. It is going to be the early presence outside B once again.
Great spam there onto Zco, down to 55 HP. They're going to move back over through connector. It's been something that they've been trying a lot in regulation, but then again, Metasport have been able to punish regularly. This time, Jaquinho finishes him off. And that A defense has been just so good for the Swedes throughout regular time. But Sampi still want to try their hand at it. They haven't done too many long pops, all things said. And they'll try it out this time around. And they actually get a lot of room. This time there will be no Nilo in front bathrooms. Instead, he'll be over on the A side of the map.
That aforementioned A defense has predominantly just been Jaquinho getting quite aggressive in toilets with that AWP. But yeah, you're right. This will be the first time in a while we've seen a long pop from either one of these teams, especially Sampi. Last time around, it didn't go their way, but Savannah's going to try his luck on the entry. Not sure he knows how close ZTR is, but he'll hear him burning. Nilo good for 1, but the trades are sublime. And a man advantage here for the attack, because the digits will be tapped in, and a retake has to take place here. No time to save. Susp on the other side of this smoke. As soon as it starts to fade, he'll have to take the contact. Might be able to get the timing as the AWP is facing the wrong way, and Adam B. The timing's blessed him as well. Oh, and he'll find the kill. This is very doable now. 2 versus 2. Make that a 2v1 as Susp wins his fight as well, and it's all on Tofino's shoulders. Pulls the trigger for the first. Gives up his position. Molly forces him forward. He wins the fight. And Sampi make it 15. Fino. Oh my goodness. He's got to be sweating right now. But Sampi make it happen, and they're now 1 round away, map point, from completing this monster comeback.
And surely that's the straw that breaks the camel's back. I don't necessarily know how Metasport mentally recover from that clutch. Just such an opportunity for them. But Fino rises to the occasion. What a map from him. 21-11. Finally finds some huge impact from him in the post plant. This time on the offense. And an opportunity to reclaim, after such a slow start, to reclaim their map victory. Have a chance in this best of 3. But it's going to have to be in a 4v5. Adam B gets the opening frag. And Sampi will have to overcome a little bit of a hurdle here, as they have in this map.
Watching the first half there on Overpass, it felt like it was written in the stars to see a 2-0. That is no longer the narrative of this game. With a man advantage, good damage dealt, make that 2-man advantage. Metasport have at least got a good chance of making this 14 and potentially taking us to double OT, but they've been playing on the back foot. They've been playing on the back foot here in overtime, and actually in the entirety of the second half, Elive, I don't think he's going to expect Nilo so close, timing everything. And Sus finds another elsewhere. So yeah, the numbers of the attackers just thinning. And even though the Eli's got a good position, Fino on that bomb is very, very isolated. And there we go. There's that timing I was talking about. Soon as Nilo starts to pull it back, he will get himself a freebie, and it all falls down to the sniper.
Not even enough time to look into it, even with the bomb on his back. So it'll be 14 for Metasport, looking for another to push us to double OT. And what a bounce back here from the Swedes after a punishing clutch, to say the least. A mentally destroying one. But instead, Sampi have to do it in the final round of overtime 1. If not, we'll have extra rounds.
Again, I wouldn't be surprised. We'll see. Final round of OT1, and Metasport, of course, no opportunity to win it here, but they could take us to an extension of this game. Adam B just tucked behind the pillar. Fino on the angle and flicks quick enough. Chiquinho, I don't think he was really too ready to take that fight. And that's a big time to be cracking open a man advantage. Fino's had his moments of brilliance, especially that 2 versus 1 on the A-bomb site, the first round of the second half of OT here. He looks to have a big impact again and take him over that finish line.
It's going to be all up onto the shoulders of Nilo. He's had a hell of a best of 1 on at least on this overpass. 33 and 19. Some stunners, spray transfers, taps, you name it, he's done it. But now he's got to keep his team in this game. Opens things up onto the Eli. 4v4 to ensue. Bomb plant to be confirmed. And it's for all the marbles here for the Swedes. Oh, it's just a matter of timing. ZTR can't actually confirm the job. He goes down to 4 HP. And they're going to try to nade him, try to spam him down potentially, but he still stays alive. And what a clear! Savannah can't even believe what just happened on his screen. Goes full red. And now a lot of room for them to play with. Fino still alive, but he gets flanked and tagged. Zedko, they're trying to converge onto this flanker, and Nilo really is running out of time here. He's going to try to stick this bomb, but Zedko's there to trade. At 16-14, it's messy, it's ugly, but they confirmed their map pick, and we've got a bit of a series on our hands here.
Wow, my goodness. Not what I was expecting at all from Sampi. I mean, initially I was, yeah. Like, before we went into that map, I was thinking, yeah, Sampi got a good chance of taking this. But especially after that first half, that is one hell of a comeback. And Sampi should be feeling good about that. Now, Mirage is going to be a different beast, right? Especially considering how close Overpass came. I think Mirage is going to be really, really tough. But you've got to remember, Counter-Strike is a really big mental game, right? And Sampi right now are going to be on the high of a big win. They're going to be feeling absolutely fired up after that comeback. And for Metasport, I think they're going to be feeling a little pissed off. They're going to be feeling a little hard done by, like they should have taken that their way. So, yeah, if you look at sort of early momentum, if Sampi are able to take a pistol round, take a few rounds early on Mirage, then who knows? We could see a real upset.
Yeah, the momentum is at least in Sampi's favor at this point, that we can have the conversation out of potential upset. But we're going to take a quick little break before we jump into Metasport's pick of Mirage. But grab some snacks, grab some drinks, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose. When you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.
Welcome back to the Compass 0-0 stage in the contenders, and it's Sampy taking on Metasport. Sampy running off to a 1-0 lead at the end of Overpass, where it felt like Sampy were kind of running away, or sorry, Metasport were running away with the game and then potentially even the series, but now we've got ourselves Sampy ahead by a map and Metasport on the back foot. Who would have thought here?
Yeah, very, very surprising, especially when you realize that Nilo had 35 kills. I mean, that's unbelievable, right? I just don't know how you can compete with that and still come out on top. But I think the consistency was just there for Sampy. Even when you look at the kill disparity, it was just the rounds going their way towards that second half, towards the tail end of it as well, where it was most important. And yeah, just frankly amazing stuff. So I'm not sure which way this series goes now, to be perfectly honest. I think we could definitely see this lean in Metasport's way overall, but likely across 3 maps.
Yeah, at the very least, Metasport have Mirage in the chamber right now, and then Vertigo if we need it. And when we look at Vertigo, Sampy have only played it once in the last 3 months. When you look at Mirage, I just feel like there's some huge domination from Metasport on that map, 90% win rate, and they've played it quite a bit as well. So I feel pretty confident in Metasport at least pushing us to 3, and then it might come down to just how much have Sampy really played and pracked on that map, and are they able to actually rise to the occasion. But to me, the 7 map pool is really what's the saving grace here for the Swedes in a situation where I feel like they might have been on the back foot if it was in any other situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very rare nowadays to see a team play a 7-map pool as well. It's not something you see all too often. It is a bit of a staple of like some of Chiquinho's previous rosters as well, actually. Just sort of being comfortable on all of the maps in the pool. And you've got to remember, right, it's very rare to have like players playing at this level. They're absolutely smashing out Faceit, they're absolutely smashing out ECA and things like that. And you are going to be playing all of the maps. So to familiarize yourself at a team level, especially when these guys have been together for a little while, like they have, it's no sort of major task, right? I mean, it's a little bit, it puts a little bit of extra time in to say, okay, we're not even going to have a single permaban map. We're not going to have even one map that we can just always get rid of. But it gives you that luxury of when you are going for the vetoes, instead of banning out your permaban map and wasting your ban on the map that you don't play and definitely cannot go into because you've got no preparations on it, and actually use it to your advantage and ban out your opponent's best map, for example. So it's very, very difficult to play up against a team that have a confident 7-map pool. But yeah, Mirage ready to rumble. It's the best map for Metasport. They're absolutely fantastic on it. 89% win rate over the past 3 months. And yeah, they have been taking down some big names and with some real conviction. So I think they should be able to take this one their way. That will take us to a 3rd map. They had a perfect opportunity to take this series in 2 bites and they didn't seize it. And now they've got to do it on hard mode. We'll see if they can do so. Starting off on the T side here. Yet to buy anything just yet, but okay, yeah, it's just going to be Kevlar. ZTR on that smoke and flash, but no upgraded pistols and something a little bit quicker towards the A site, perhaps.
And a heavy lean from Sampy out the gates on that B bomb site. Triple stack over there. We won't actually have a kit. So this initial defense has got to get at least a little bit to start a fighting chance. And Zedko is going to kick off the proceedings of mighty fine with a beautiful double. Trying to stay alive for even more, and Zedko gets himself a 3rd. Finally, ZTR shuts him down. But man, oh man, what a difficult situation for Metasport to try to overcome. 2v4 in the pistol. Nilo gets 1 long range, and then ZTR cuts 1 down once more. Only the captain left up in the clutch. DTR trying to swing for the fences, but eLive is there. And Sampy continue their winning ways, continuing that momentum from Overpass to get themselves the first round of the pistol confirmed.
This is exactly what I was talking about as well. Counter-Strike, a big mental game. Sampy, massive comeback that they were able to pull off. For Metasport, they're going to be feeling a little hard done by, and it's not like they've had time to really go and reflect on that last game, right? They've had 8 or 9 minutes between the two matches to kind of mentally reset, and then they're thrown right back into the driver's seat again. So, yeah, this is a tough one. This is a tough one, and obviously losing the opening pistol round, Sampy, knowing that their opponent's got the bomb plant, they don't want to be going into this with too heavy of an SMG bias, so it's 4 M4s in play. Tax just spotted him. Instant incendiary thrown. They're ready for this B hit.
Very unorthodox placement of that Molotov, trying to cut off the window jump, but they come all the way through the entrance of the B doors itself. It doesn't matter. The kills don't come their way, and they're just going to get swarmed. Adam B on the reload will get punished. Jaquinho left up in with only 15 HP in a dream. He's got to hit 3 banging headshots, but nothing comes through. Sampy confirmed, shut down the force buy, and it's a 2-0 start for Sampy. Well played there from Tag.
Absolutely. No trouble at all. Yeah, they were just very, very ready for that hit. Of course, Metasport did invest a fair bit into it. But just very few successes to take away. Third round, a no-brainer on the eco. Metasport with a lot to do. But it won't get done here. Any kind of kills would be valuable. Adam B, of course, on this hero AK. And he's got a chance here, with the eLive being the only real anchor on this A-bomb site. If he can crack things open with a headshot onto the CT player, then there is at least a chance for them to get a bomb planted and maybe make something happen. Here it comes. 4 players stacked up into ramp. Here we go.
Yeah. Not to overwhelm these A anchors, but eLive is playing very safe at this time around. Adam B is not getting anything to get this hero AK activated. Finally, he gets to swing, and there's the punish. Savannah goes down, but what a spray there from the eLive through the side of triple box, and Fino chimes in from jungle, and it's handled. Well played there from the A anchor, and Sampy get that clean sheet of 3-0 to start things off.
Yeah, I don't think the round was ever really in contention there. I actually wasn't the biggest fan of the hero AK buy from Adam B there. But yeah, it's just a case of whether or not they can sneak in a bomb plant, whether or not they can do a bit of damage and make that one expensive for their opponents. Just doesn't end up being the case at all. Absolutely crunched as soon as those rotations came in. Now comes the investment, but as I said before, Adam B's hero AK means that right here, he's down to just a Tech 9.
Ooh, Zedko not aware of the fringes of that smoke, and he gets punished. So opening 5v4 there for Metasport. Pretty big to kickstart this buy of sorts. They're trying to lean towards B, and they're going to try to go back at Fino again, but they call it back, they call it off, and they say, hey, we got that mid pick, why not slow things down, take connector control, and make the site hit a little bit easier. So Fino does actually very well to get a lot of info in the top of apartments and allows for that triple cheat onto the A-bomb site.
Here we go. Adam B. Clearing out a lot of space. He's got some to work with, and with the man advantage as well, they're in a good position here. Savannah spots him. That's going to be the flank cut off. So all coming in from ramp. XTR is lovely. Right through the box, but back and forth we go, and ZTR left against Fino in the 1v1. He has got space to get this bomb planted, so that's exactly what he'll do. But does he have the information? I think he's got it now. Fino's making a lot of noise.
Ooh, could have used that nade to opt in to blow up in that smoke, but opts against it. Tries to spam this bench smoke, and eventually catches out ZTR on the fringes of it all. The Opper steps up with the rifle, maintains the clean sheet for Sampy. And Metasport, you know, honestly, cut it pretty close, even considering they lost their connector player pretty early on there. But at the end of it all, still a healthy economy for Sampy. And Metasport's got to try to find another way back into this game because this A play just wasn't it.
Yeah, wasn't it at all. Still early days here on Mirage, but of course. It's MR12. Going 4-0 down and potentially 5 is nothing. To just brush off. They need to be very careful to not let this get out of hand. Good incendiary. That'll force him out. A little bit of damage. Can't catch him on the cross, though. A minute 12. Bomb's going to try and work its way back into the A site, but they've had very little success with this so far.
Another lurk from Sus to potentially try to open up the jungle side of the map, and there it is. Flank works out. Now it's ZTR up to bat. He can't get anything done. He does get the dink off to Zedko, but now Susp is really caught between a rock and a hard place. Still tries to fight his way out, and a nice trade from Jaquinho as well. So a chance here for Metasport to convert onto this round in the 3v2, and they'll get their plant. Fino can't get involved. He gets his bell rung. But Eli, how has he made his way all the way into the A site? Stayed alive for so long, makes the rotation to CT, gets himself a double, and he just turns around on its head completely. Susp goes down without anything, and Sampy get themselves a 5th. This guy is on another level right now.
Truly, truly ridiculous. And another round that just shouldn't be happening at all, right? There's nothing more to be said about it. Metasport, they had all of the openings, they had all of the opportunities. That should have been their first on the board, that should have been their ticket in, and instead, they completely fumble it. 5-0, Sampy. Off to a flying start here.
Okay. Back to the drawing board for ZTR. And whatever flashes of brilliance we saw on Overpass has been quickly quelled here on Mirage. They've had dominance on this map for quite some time in the last 3 months. And now they've got to overcome a 5-0 deficit, potentially 6-0 considering the state of their economy. Eli again on the back of Ticket gets himself one before the bomb even goes down. And frankly, I don't even know if the bomb will go down right now. GTR and Nilo get some back, trying to push the issue on the Fino in jungle. But I think Fino has got a sound cue or two to know how close he could be. But that missed shot does allow ZTR to pick up a rifle. Have a 2v2 on our hands here. More solid damage for Metasport, but I don't know how Tag gets that. Maybe a gap on the edge of the smoke, and now it's got to be the hero. He was huge in Overpass, and now he's got to do the heavy lifting here on Mirage as well. 1v1 for him to boot. Zedko trying to find Nilo in the smoke, but he just can't. It's a matter of timing, and finally, the young gun is awake on Mirage. Huge 1v2 clutch to bring Metasport into Mirage at the very least. And the first round on the board there for the Swedes.
Oh man, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The timing on Zedco just so unfortunate. Metasport will put their first on the board, but that very easily could have been a 6th for Sampi. Just to make matters worse, right? Surprisingly, despite winning 5 in a row, because so many of those rounds came close, their money's just completely broken. I like that Zedco's bought himself a Zeus. He fancies the attempt, but no one anywhere near. So Metasport should be able to make this a 2nd.
Found the way. They found a way back in. And an unlikely clutch from Nilo, finding a way to power them in. Seems like the hype was completely warranted the more the series goes on. And Nilo continues to try and will this Metasport team into the series, kicking and screaming. It feels like it's been such an arduous task to hold on here, but they found a way. And they'll get themselves an open B bomb site. They should get themselves a free plant, and with that, the 2nd round here on their T side.
Given that they were just on a full eco, feels like Metasport have made a bit of a meal of this, but if they can find these final 2 kills without any further casualties, that would be ideal. Susp is playing with fire a little bit here. He's low on health, and he's still pressing for this. Zedco still alive and kicking. Obviously, nothing really to lose.
We'd love a rifle, the one that ZTR dropped at the bottom of Con, but pretty much cut off from even attempting that. He's been trying to goad somebody in with the Zeus, but nobody falls for that trap. A little too aware of what's ahead of the Swedes, and they'll purchase again. Sampi, they finally have their investment back into things, that they want to shut down this building momentum from the T's and continue their good looks so far in this best of 3.
Zedco. Oh. Falls back. Oh, sus. That's
Oh,
ridiculous.
no.
Vino. That's a bit of an uncharacteristic miss from him, and that's going to cost them. A Metasport, whether or not they're too deserving of it, based on how messy a couple of these rounds have been, is another question, but they are really closing this gap, and if they win this round off of the back of the man advantage, then they've got a good chance at tying this scoreline up.
They want to duel into this B side, and that's what they'll do. They blow open the smoke, they Molotov Van, and Tag can't do anything from Van. It's all up to Zedco, and sure, he gets 1, but the trades are fantastic, and Metasport get themselves their 3rd. Very decisive B take there, and I really like that on-the-fly play to blow open that Apps nade, or that Apps smoke, rather, with the nade. And Sampi really don't have any answers there. The B defense just kind of falls away. And Sampi have got to rejig the defense. They've got to figure out a potential solution, because the Swedish side of Metasport continues to gain steam here.
Third on the board, and likely to be a 4th, as of course Sampi's economy's just taken a real hit off of the back of these couple of round losses, and actually overall as well for the rounds that they did win that came very close. It is tough.
Don't even have too many upgraded pistols as well. You've got a couple Deagles off the back of Tagged and Savannah. They're going to boost in Elive on Catwalk. Try to get him activated. Being the only rifle in the round. But nobody's home from Metasport. You're going to have Susp as that sole connector lurk as usual. But Elive just gets his head ripped off. I don't know how Susp just pre-fires that angle outright, but he can't get anything done. It's a matter of timing for Zedko. Nearly had it with Nilo priming that Molotov, but he gets punished. And that should be the A site. Pretty much wrapped in a bow. And a 4th round now for Metasport. The AK is recovered by Fino, but it's just a 1-round game at this point. And Sampi, it's their turn to start losing a bigger lead.
Well, obviously wanted to try and hold on to this AK that's been recovered. But TR doesn't fancy letting Tagged survive. Fino left all on his lonesome. I think he will hear Susp as well, but yeah, does not want to commit to that fight. So he'll hold fire. There it is. Susp will finish off the job. 5-4. Metasport really closing this one up. Obviously enough money to go for a buy here from Zampi, but the 5-0 lead does not last long. Here's Sampi's chance to try and maintain this lead.
Hopefully they can try to, now that Fino has got his AWP back out.
Well, here we go. Susp wants to try and bring this back to evens. A little easier said than done, perhaps. .40 seconds left. They will get onto the site. Very open plant, and no one's there to deny it. So, a little tricky. This in a good position. Spotted from short, and a 2-man advantage on the retake. I think Sampi fancy their chances at this. Bomb's still got a lot of time left to tick as well.
Oh, what a shot there from Nilo, however. He gets his bell rung, but there's a little bit more room to play with. He goes down. Tag is there. Jaquinho left up in the clutch. 10-second defuse, but I don't think Jaquinho knows that. Can't actually find a line in to shut it down. And Sampi go back to winning ways, get themselves at least a evening half round of 6 rounds. And quell that 4-round beast of a T side that Metasport were continuing to build. They'll have so much money to go through, potentially for basically the end of the half. So it's pretty easy for Metasport to at least fight back and try to tie this half, at least. But Sampi showing that they have just a bit more fight in them. Want to try and take this in 2. And I mean, I'm really happy that they're showing such a good fight here on Mirage, but they're going to try to bounce into this B site, and that bottom window Molotov works out this time. Adam B gets tagged up and shut down by Fino. Tag can still stay alive, can still fight here from wherever he chooses, but with Savannah going down, now things get a little bit more difficult. Nilo with a smashing double kill for himself, has leaving it all up to Tag. Tag gets 2, but that's all she wrote. Zedko in the back of B bomb site, and the Elive slowly making his way on a quick flank in the back of B apps. And bomb still not being planted means Metasport have got to really decide what they want to do here.
Oh, good positioning.
Whoa.
Nelive's going to deny the plant. 40 seconds left, so still plenty of time to get this done. But with Susp in from behind, I don't know if he knows that the Elive is now walking out to the balcony. Gets the cross safely, but oh my god, a beautiful read from Susp. And his positioning, his crosshair placement is absolutely perfect. Metasport will close this further. And 6-5, we continue to go back and forth. I think we're on for an even half here.
That's what it's looking like. And it got real dicey here with the double kill from Tag. Did very well to anchor and hold on. But ballsy play there from Susp to go through the market window, punish one of those players in the back of market, and then close it out in the 1v1. 9 HP to spare. And with how close these rounds have been, the finances are not in the greatest position for Sampy. They're going to have to defend this half lead with not a lot to speak of. And it would be wonderful if after a 5-0 deficit for Metasport to claw it back evens at 6. And maybe get us to Vertigo if we need it. I'd love to see if Nilo has a little bit more left in the tank. In the rounds they've been winning, he's had some huge impact. This time around, can't actually find a way in. But just a matter of timing there for Nilo. It evades him. Zenko's there for the double. It leaves ZTR and Suspin another tough clutch. Captain keeps getting tagged up. And he gets finished off by Tag. So just Susp did a 1v2 in the round previous, but to close out the half, he's going to need a 1v3. No bomb on the back of him, and no smoke to cordon off an angle. Just a Molotov and a flashbang. And a dream. 30 seconds for him to piece this one together. Up at his feet, he doesn't actually opt in for it. Rightfully so. And actually does pick up a smoke off of a dead body. Tries to fake out a plant. And there's a punish, but Susp can only get one. Fino's there to trade, and Metasport will not equalize the half. It'll be Sampy to take the slight lead, 7-5 at the end of the half, and that's a pretty standard Mirage scoreline, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Of course, considering the fact that this is Metasport's map, right? And it's not just their map pick, it's their map. It's the map that they are super, super strong on. Yeah, to see them sort of come in with a win in the first half, 7-5 up is definitely nothing to grumble at. Strong position here. Second half pistol would certainly be the icing on the cake. We'll see if they can take us there.
Nice jump spot there from Susp. Basically avert all the players onto this B bomb site. 4 players are here to respond in kind almost instantaneously. But the B play isn't the one that's going to be coming through. They're evacuating back into the A site, where Jaquinho is waiting, but the bomb will go down, and into the 4v5 we go. Swings out from Adam B, gets himself one, and ZTR is there to chime in as well, but as the situation lies, it's only Zedko left up in a monstrous 1v4 clutch. Susp is there to trade. Bomb plant confirmed, sure, but Metasport bounced back with the 6th.
Beautiful stuff. Chance to try and tie this up, 7 apiece, as Metasport have got all of the tools to work with. For Sampy, obviously they're on a force buy here. They got that bomb plant in the last. It's just whether or not they can have a big impact with it. 4 Galils and a Mac 10 to work with. A hell of a lot that needs to be done with it. Jump spot.
Auto shotty for Adam B. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, you don't. Not on Mirage as well, of like all of the places that you will sometimes see it come out. Mirage is not one of them. So far, so good though. Man advantage in their favour.
Good look here for for Metasport rather. In the 4v3, they try to dry swing out mid and it doesn't work. So gonna try to go back at Susp, and he's had a hell of a T side trying to do one better on the defense. And he's gonna have to repel the invaders here and stall for just long enough so that ZTR can come in as well, but he gets nothing. He tries to get that smoke off and the nade as well, but it doesn't work out. ZTR's got to pick up the pieces, and he does well to get one, and he does even better to get the second. Elive does great work on the defense. Now it's his turn to flip the script. A doable 1v2, and Adam B offers up a position. It's a big man Nilo to try to clutch things out, and it's nearly there for Elive, but Nilo, a bit of overkill on the final frag, closes it, gets the evening round of sevens. But with it coming down to a 1v1, M&J, I feel as though Sampy should reinvest here yet again.
Yeah, that should be the case. You know, CT economy, very, very fragile, very easy to break it. Could see just that going into this next. 7 apiece, Metasport with a lot to do, and it feels like any wind that they had in their sails from the start of that first map has really, really depleted now. Hello, just hold him for top mid. No one peeking into him just yet, but yeah, still a decent buy, decent amount of weaponry in hand here.
Oh!
That's clean.
That's a solid burst there, but it's all for naught. Elive is going to continue to try and climb this back for Sampy. We're into the 2v3, and no bomb to be able to get planted means it's just going to have to be some heavy aim duels here from the Sampy crew. Nilo's got a great angle to shut down the Elive, but Elive does one better. Triple for him in the round. On for the ace, potentially. Sus might be able to offer up even more. But how, at this point, everything gets turned on its head. Just a matter of timing. Who blinks first? Who gives away a little bit first? And I think Eli might have checked his mini-map there, and Savannah's there to pick up the pieces. Sure, the Eli can't complete the ace, but a round is confirmed by Sampy. It bullies the CT economy. As we said, it was so close back and forth in those first 2 rounds that Metasport have an ugly force buy to try and right the ship, and Sampy have a chance to potentially run away with 10 rounds if they can navigate this force buy.
Yeah, this could be absolutely perfect. And exactly what they need right here. Metasport, just not with a lot of money behind them. Obviously, very, very capable individuals that could do some big damage with the scout, with the pistols. Nilo still having a good game here. It's not the super stellar performance that we saw on Overpass, but it's nothing to grumble at.
Important round here in the terms of the scope of this game and the scope of the series, frankly. If Sampy can start to get that ball rolling, Metasport could be dealt a shocking blow in this contender stage here at Compass. Considered one of the more favored sides to advance to the next stage at the very least. And to be pushed down to that 0-1 bracket would be quite a blow. And for Sampy, a chance to upset and kick off this Compass run with a bang. Of course, quite a big road, a long road, before we can say that and confirm it. And that doesn't bode well for the chances of Sampy. Missed window smoke there. And give some room for ZTR to work his matchup with the 5-7. But 40 seconds left on the clock. Sampy have got to start moving at this point. And Jaquinho hits a blinder of a scout shot. 2 players left up in this. And they're going to have to find a way to shut this bomb plant down before it goes down altogether.
No.
And there we go. They don't clear out main. And the Swedish Deagles ring true. Adam B, Nilo, they get their shots in. And now it's got to be a 2v3 for Sampy.
Surely not like this.
Oh!
Sup with another. Oh my goodness. Just clean as it comes. And as soon as he's got an AK in hand, you know that he's not taking hostages. Absolutely beautiful. Metasport just get away with murder. And a round that they had no business in winning.
It's a rookie mistake that happens quite a number of times at this level of the game, where you get a connector split going and you just don't ever clear main. Double setup there, and they plant with no players watching over him in that situation. And Sampy scratching their heads at the end of it all. As Metasport tie the game, they get themselves rifles back in their hands. And another massive swing round in the scope of this game. With both economies hanging in the balance at this point.
Yeah, they are left with very little after this round. Whoever takes it has got a one-way ticket to get themselves onto potentially that point, potentially series points if it goes the way of Sampy. Nilo, oh my goodness. Timing works in his favour. Adam B. Jaquinho will follow up. Zedko finally bites back, but is it too little too late? Brilliant support flash, but even blinded, Eli wins the duel. And
Hold
Zedko
on.
picks up another. It all falls flat on its face, and Metasport might just crumble here. We'll keep it alive. Right through the smoke. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. Alrighty.
Oh, it gets so dicey there for Metasport. You'd think that maybe they found a way back in with Zedko's lurk on connector. But that opening flurry of frags was just too much to overcome. Metasport get right back to winning ways. They win the ever important follow-up round. Relegate Sampy to an eco. And get that economic advantage more so. So great round for them to confirm. Huge shot for Jaquinho to hit as well. Sampy, they got to dig deep here if they want to close it out in 2. Oh. Chance there for Elive. And Zedko really wants to upgrade his weapon. Stuck on a Glock, but doesn't want to overface. Fino will do it instead. As Zedko upgrades, yeah, the upgrade makes sense a lot now with his headshot. And he gets himself another. Zedko would have to have an insane round if he'd like to complete this clutch. An ace in total. Nilo is down to the USP. And his butt is showing. And a nice track there from Zedko. 40 seconds left on the clock. And a lot of time. And I mean, he's got the rifle to play with as well. But no armor means that it's going to be a little difficult to try and clutch this up. He's got a route into the B bomb site. Metasport aren't even considering where he's at. And now that they've cleared the site, they know the jig is up. ZTR will be here. And I'm afraid that this clutch might actually get stopped right in its tracks because there is no way that Zedko is going to clear the site. It's a valiant attempt, no lie, but Metasport still getting themselves double digits. Fantastic economic damage, though.
Yeah, that's big. Metasport double digits and in a good position here Sampi, of course, with the buy-up again. Adam B once again on that auto shotgun, though. Bit of a strange one, as we were talking about before. Rifles in play. Fino on that AWP. He's been a bit of a menace so far this series with it, but here in this map, hasn't had too much of an impact. This round is everything, though, for Sampi. They lose it, and it's basically GG here on map 2. Wouldn't be the end of the road for them in the series. Of course, they'll still have that third and final map. It's Vertigo if it comes down to it. But I think they'd much rather get this done in 2 bites if possible.
Mid-play here for Sampi. It's been pretty kind to them throughout this half. Walk up the catwalk. They want to try to bully their way to the B bomb side, but ZTR and Metasboy do one better. They clear out all of apps, and they realize it's only the catwalk that would allow them into the B site, as the E-Live just kind of has to watch on. Full gray screen. And now Jaquinho's very privy to what's going on. He swings from connector, gets himself an opening as well. And now Sampi are just caught in an awkward scenario where they've got all this map control, they put all their eggs into this basket, and they reap none of the rewards. So 30 seconds left, and in all honesty, MJ, I just feel like a save is probably the best bet here.
Could potentially be. Two-man disadvantage. E-Live at least drawn a little bit of a lifeline there. It looks like that's all she wrote. And yeah, Metasport will make it 11. Not bad at all.
Seems like we're heading for Vertigo. We spoke about the dominance for Metasport, and it wasn't really the most dominant affair on this map. It just felt like they were able to hold on for as long as possible, and as soon as they were able to get the economy, they've been running away with it a little bit more. I like the fight out of Sampi to try and close it out in 2 maps, but it does feel like we're running out of runway here for Sampi. The Swedish side now have the money under them as well. And it's one more attempt here. One of the last few attempts here for Sampi. And it looks like potentially a Hail Mary B play with the way that this team is leaning at this point. Oh, solid nade. Oh, just a complete mauling. Just a complete mauling there for Metasport. Fino and Zedko to try and pick up the pieces, but I don't know how you answer with the bomb going down in the B site. Zedko's cleared all of A, but at this point, he can't really do anything with the bomb stuck on B. That's a great shot from Fino, though. 2v2 as it stands, but the end of this round has to still be on the B site. Sampi have got to find a way in somehow.
Jaquinho underneath, seems aware, but he's got to try and go shotgun mode with this sniper. He's playing very, very close right now. Needs to be incredibly careful. Big opening shot. Fino in the 1 versus 1. There's the battle of the snipers. Flicks up, misses it. Oh no, it has to be the no-scope, and shotgun mode does prevail. But my God, That is ridiculous.
That's a ballsy sequence there from Jaquinho. Plays pressed up to that smoke. It's the first shot, basically a tracking quickscope at that point. And finishes the job with some nice shotgun hopping. Confirms map point for Metasport. And no bomb plant for Sampy means low util Galils, 3 Galils in fact, and the dream. Now ZTR opening things up yet again. Fino goes down, and it's all but a formality at this point for Sampy as we start to look forward to that third and final map of Vertigo. Oh my goodness. Zedko's gonna try to play the trigger discipline here. Maybe try to catch ZTR in the back or just kind of move around him altogether. He'll have a chance on a CT flank. And potentially a Balk player as well. Zedko is teed up to potentially single-handedly win this round for Sampy.
Oh, wow.
He hits the double dink and completes the kill on a Jaquinho. Nilo goes down as well. And Zedko has just taken this matter into his own hands. He's had a hell of a game so far, and he's going to continue his good tidings here. Only sus left up in this. And Savannah will close. What a round there from Zedko. And what trigger discipline to get himself that double.
Keeps them afloat, right? Still a long way to go. They need 3 rounds in a row to take us to something, but this would be good. It's a good opportunity to get that. $12-9. Metasport don't really have the money to close it out here, so we might see this go further. They are keeping a little bit of cash in the bank, or at least Jaquinho is. They won't be buying into the next, but the one after that will be where the cash comes out.
Three more rounds to pull back, and it is a force buy from Metasport. So maybe, just maybe, there is another overtime on the cards. Sampy get themselves mid control yet again. They do a little bit of damage onto Jaquinho as well. Taking their time, or Sampy, they understand that even a slight mistake here could be their demise, could move them on to Vertigo. And after doing such a great job on their defense to get that 5-0 start, it's all about trying to climb back into this game, trying to play catch-up. Nilo's got himself teed up 1 kill, but won't be able to retrieve any weaponry to get himself more. So he's going to evacuate, move back in a window, into Zedko's waiting arms. And it's just Adam B left on this A site. And he gets nothing. 10 rounds now for Sampy. As Metasport's force buy fails. We should be up for an 11. Ooh, nice little movement there from Sus. And Metasport will have one more opportunity really in regulation if they want to close it out and send us to Vertigo.
Here we go. 12-10 and everything on the line here for Metasport. Close it out on Mirage or bust are the only options.
Terrorists win.
And they don't have the money to work with into this next, so it's likely going to go 12 to 11. And then it really is just everything on the line.
Now this is the round that should be all but a formality at this point. Metasport, with just that AK on the back of Sus, is really the only fighting chance here. What a map from Zedco, man. I mean, huge impact on his lurks. Found a way to really build this team back in. And of course, the Eli has had a great defensive half as well. Stepped up on the offense, getting some important frags to keep the economy at the very least to Metasport honest. And now, they've got to find a way to finish the job. Try to send this into extra time. The hope to close this out in 2 is still alive. And there's the first 2 kills to at least swing it that way. Tag chimes in as well. Jaquinho will sing for the fences and actually gets the double dink on a Savannah. So an upgrade for him, but Nilo is pretty much alone here on the A site. Jaquinho will be mollied off. He'll get punished. And it's just Nilo. What can he get done? Gets his first, drops the bomb. But Zedco, safe pair of hands as usual. 12 rounds still for Metasport as Sampi get their 11th. And it's do or die here. Overtime or bust.
That's one way of putting it. Everything on the line here for Metasport. Otherwise, we are going to see another OT, and we saw how that went for them last time round. Not going to be an easy feat. Eli hungry for the opening pick, facing right into connector, but no one to fight him just yet.
Ooh,
Patience is
I like
everything.
this mid setup. Yeah, for sure. Who blinks first? Who gives away that opening pick first? I mean, everyone's here at this point. Everybody on Metasport is here to respond to this mid play, and it's not going anywhere in the favor of Sampi. It's just an absolute beatdown from the CTs, and I don't think we'll be having extra time here any longer, M&J. I think we're going to Vertigo. Metasport find a way in the final hours to shut this comeback down, and we have ourselves a third map after all. This 1-0 bracket will not be confirmed just yet, and we have a little bit more game to play in this series.
Good little final attempt from Tag there at the end. I felt like he came close. He was expecting maybe to find a second there, but yeah, just unfortunate stuff for Sampi. They gave that a really, really good shot, and considering we were really, really stressing in the pregame about how strong Metasport are on Mirage, I'm very surprised that Sampi gave them a run for their money like they did. But Vertigo, the third and final map, that's going to be the proving ground, the decider to crown a victor between these two teams. And yeah, I really, really don't know which way this is going to lean. I think it's a true coin toss.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we get to decide who moves on into the 1-0 bracket of this contender stage, but we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we will have that third and final map of Vertigo to see if Metasport can complete that reverse sweep. Stay tuned.
looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose. When you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com.
Welcome back to the final map of our final series here in the first round of the Compass 2024 Contender Stage. Paladin joined by M&J, and we're taking you through Metasport taking on Sampi. It's been quite a competitive affair on both of our maps. We had overtime in the first, all 24 rounds in the second, and it all comes down to Vertigo. How are we feeling?
I'm really not sure. As I was saying, right, like Overpass was a bit of a I don't want to say it was an upset, because it did end up going the way that it was somewhat earlier expected, but it was an upset in the context of Metasport playing so well in the first half, right? It really felt like they were going to take it their way. That didn't end up being the case. I was expecting them to take Mirage, but I was expecting them to take it a little more convincingly than they did. I was saying before that second map that not only are they really strong on it and actually have the win rate to show for it, but when you look at the score lines in those games as well, this year they haven't dropped more than 7 rounds. So to go 13-11 as the favourites in the series as well on their best map, it's definitely cause for concern. Now, going into that third and final map of Vertigo, it's one that both teams play. It's one that both teams are reasonably, well, I say reasonably confident with. Like, Sampi haven't had too much opportunity to play it. It does sort of favour Metasport a little bit. But based on how they've played so far this series, I haven't been massively impressed with them, if I'm perfectly honest. So I'm really not sure which way this one goes. Nilo was absolutely stellar on that first map. Second map, you can't criticize him. He's going 19 and 18. But yeah, I think for me, for Metasport to win this third and final map, Nilo needs to have another lights out performance. He really, really needs to show up. And if he doesn't, then someone else does in his absence.
Yeah, completely agree. I think Nilo was a little quiet on Mirage. He kind of stepped up eventually, had some impact rounds on the T side, had some rounds on the defense as well. But Susp really was the one for me that pulled it over the line on Mirage, and it did come down to just big clutches. And if that is the same case on Vertigo, we need those same players to kind of show up. Jaquinho as well. Honestly, I thought he was pretty solid on the AWP as well. But it's going to come down to, again, just to those individuals, and it seems very cliche, it seems very obvious, but at the end of the day, it comes down to a very brawly map like Vertigo, and it is where we will decide the victors of this series. It's Metasport taking on Sampi to decide who goes on to that 1-0 bracket in the contender stage, and who has to start that climb back into the 0-1 hole.
Not going to be an easy feat, but Glocks working their way forwards here in mid. Zedco. Will crack the head, but they're under a lot of pressure. 4 players here. They've taken 2. ZTR really, really struggles to find the head. Eventually comes out on top, but not expecting the just relentless push from Fino to take another, and Jaquinho left in a 1v4. I do not see this happening. He's left for the USP. Be able to take Fino. Oh, actually makes a bit of a meal of it, and Fino, yeah, he says, okay, you give me one opportunity, I might have fumbled it a little bit, but you let me have another crack at it, and you don't stand a chance, my friend. So, first on the board for Sampi, really, really good start, and yeah, what a way to kick things off here on the third and final map.
Bullying through mid, and it works like a charm for Sampi. And I mean, they've done pretty well here in these pistols. And Metasport will actually completely save here, not opting in for the CT force buy. We know how fragile the defensive economy can be, and so I don't blame them for that full save. Love that running tap on the Fino, but the double nades are just better. And they'll just swing out, try to get some sort of damage. simple anti-eco there for Stampy. They take no casualties. The guns will come out and we get stuck right into the action straight away. I love it. I love it when the anti-ecos don't take very long. They don't draw it out. Makes my job much easier to get stuck into it. Love how wow. I mean, I love how quick they were to take ramp there, but Metasport to respond was just so much more on top of things there that Sampy can't get anything done in the actual bullets department, and Nilo gets himself a triple. We spoke about how much we need him to step up here if Metasport want to shut down on Vertigo, and he steps up massively. Yep, setup works well. Get themselves a 5v4. Adam B can continue to jiggle as much as he needs to, and Zetko cannot punish the swing. So they'll leave him here on an island to try and open things up. He has been quite the round closer for this Sampy squad, but still quite split up around the map where Sampy trying to figure out if they can find any sort of an opening anywhere. And so far, nothing to really speak of. Yeah, you really try to hope that Zedko can sell something on that A lurk, but it's a bit too telegraphed, and the mid players have an easy rotate. Nilo does a great job from the back of quad, and the trades just work out wonderfully. The reads are there, very reminiscent of that overpass defense where for majority of the half it felt like they had every number that Sampy was calling. And now it's only Zedko with the AK in this round, trying to find an opening in the back of White Box, but can't get it done. Susp is there with the help of Nilo's flashbangs, and that should be everything that Sampy have to offer in this round. No armor on the backs of any of these players, Glocks across the board, no utility, one flashbang for Elive, and that's about it. around there from Metasport. And get the job done. Chance now for Metasport to extend this lead. As Adam B gets a kill back. So another opening 5v4. And Metasport continue to exert a lot of dominance on that ramp side. And they're going to swing out into middle. But more beautiful flashbangs from Nilo supporting ZTR this time. And he gets himself a double. So Sampi go down to the 2v5. And this is the Metasport that we've been hoping to see for quite some time now. One that fell quiet on Mirage, but was roaring to life just a couple maps ago on Overpass.
Yeah, this one's looking down as well. Savannah and Fino, of course, just looking to save. Fino's in pretty deep, so does need to be careful, but no threats imminent, so he should be all right.
There it is. 4-2 now for Metasport. As keeping 5 men alive just balloons the economy like no other. 10k on the back of ZTR, 9k, or sorry, 7k rather for Chiquinho. And the lowest at 4.5k, or sorry, more so 5k at that point. And Sampi have got a lot of work to do to erode this economy. Even though it's only a 2-round buffer, it feels like a much larger gap between them because of that economy. And now Sampi have got to find a way to dig deep, find a way to burst through this ramp defense, because that's not been able to go their way. Middle has been getting pummeled with the flashbangs from Nilo. And they've been holding strong on the B side as well. So Sampi are just going to have to find some individual openings to try to make the rounds a little bit easier. And that's something to start things off. Nilo, the heavy hitter, goes down early. Sure, Zedko gets peppered up, but a 5v4 to kickstart this round makes things a lot more doable. Savannah chimes in as well on the Jaquinho. And a 3v5 on deck here for Metasport to try and overcome.
Okay, finally. Things are looking a little bit better for the Sampi squad. Adam B. Just creeping his way through mid. Things have just been quiet for a little too long, and I think they're on edge right now. Fearful, perhaps, for what's to come.
You're definitely right. I mean, at this point, they're not going to bother at all. The gamble doesn't work. And Sampi are back. They're back to getting themselves that third round, start the conversation of at least deleting this economy. Or at the very least, chip away at it. And they found an opening as well. Well, another bite of the cherry here for Sampy. As they still have that buy, they took Elive to buy an MP, or sorry, not an MP9, and a Mac 10. And Tagged will get himself an opening on Danilo. So again, the young gun goes down early. And this B defense looks like it has some weaknesses about it earlier on. It's only Susp with 43 HP. He's got to try to stay alive for as long as possible. Sorry, ZTR rather. It's Susp on the other end of the map. And Fino will try and search things out on ramp. They're going to go back here, and this time they don't have to deal with any of these ramp aggressions. They actually have this part of the map to themselves. I say that, and here comes Adam B. Into the sandbags with Jaquinho to boot as well, but Jaquinho just gets his head completely ripped off clean. Adam B can only restrain himself to one, and Sampy have got themselves another advantageous position for themselves. 45 seconds left on the clock. And it might be a little bit of an overcomplication. Rocking it back to this B bomb site. And actually, I say that and it looks like they've made the right decision. 30 seconds left on the clock and it'll only be Susp here. 43 HP to his name. And not a lot of room to play with either. 4 players to contend with. You need a huge round from Susp here if there's something to speak about in this round. But he gets nothing. DTR gets a nade to the face, and he's gone.
Yeah, Sampy definitely going to be tying this one up, but do they find ZTR? Or does he get out of this scot-free? Creeping around incognito so far. We'll be able to find a free one onto Tagged, who's just looking the wrong way, but it will give up his position. So a chance that they hunt him down. Not actually going to be the case. They do want to try and hold on to this cash. It's still fairly early days here in the first half, so economy management very, very important. He will carry across that AK. So, yeah, good stuff. Metasport, of course, will be able to buy around it, so no major qualms just yet.
Still 10k on the back of ZTR with all these saves. But yes, the rest of the finances is a little bit dry. And finally, a clawback from Sampy that's worked out well. But a great start for Jaquinho, finally getting activated again. And Metasport have themselves a 5v4. They're going to try to maybe pull this back with the boost, but they call it off. They move some more players back to this B site. And this time, Nilo's going to have to step up big. They're not going for any aggressive maneuvers anymore. They're very keen on just playing into the site itself. Tagged finally gets up. And a solid nade to potentially soften more of these players up. And here comes the cavalry. And Elive gets himself that entry. Nilo goes down with nothing. And this B defense is starting to crumble time in and time out. It's got to be this rejig setup. ZTR and Adam B are there. Jaquinho's flash is wonderful. And Adam B's teed up for another. It's only Elive left up in this. Sure, he's got some players damaged up. But 30 HP into his name is not going to make this any easier. Gets his first on a Jaquinho. Puts it into a reasonable 1v2. And Adam B actually shows us a little bit of his shoulder too much. Great damage on his ETR. But 15 seconds left on the clock. It's only a matter of timing. But what a masterful fake plant there from Elive. He baits out ZTR into another. And Sampy confirms themselves their fifth. They take the lead off the back of a masterful clutch there from Elive.
Yeah, what a ridiculous round win. not one that you're expecting him to take at all. And well, he gets it done in just a masterful fashion. This is the big mistake for me. Adam B trying to play the crossfire, expecting him to walk into it as if he's not going to check that left-hand side. No way, my friend. You're going to get away with that. So, a round advantage here for Sampi. Obviously, still plenty of cash in the bank. We've been commending the economy management for Metasport, and that's not changed. Deep flash into ramp. And they are playing this nice and slow as Sampi with 5 AKs look to try and make this happen.
Adam B. Trying to find that opening, and he does. Savannah caught between two mines. Jaquinho is there as well, and finally the A-ramp holds strong. So it's back to the old faithful for Sampi, trying to bully back into this B bomb site. Nilo has fallen quite a couple of times alongside Sus. It's just this blind spams. Great Molotov on the back of White Box. There's really no openings, and they have to go through the smokes with the flashbangs. And it's not enough. This time Sus holds strong, and DTR is there to chime in as well. So finally, the streak of rounds from Sampi is quelled. Metasport even the odds, and it's 5 apiece for the series. And look how close this final map actually is. It feels as though we were due for this competition back and forth. We've had it for 2 maps now. Why wouldn't it be there for the 3rd as well?
Alrighty. Good nade. That's a very good nade. It's going to do some big damage. Just posted. Waiting. Lovely little trades. 3v3 straight off the bat. That is... kind of shrug your shoulders, break even there in mid, and it works quite nicely.
And then they'll just try to target Susp again. I mean, why not? You found a way to even the odds. Why not try to test his B defense one more time? But Susp steps up. Jaquinho is there on the rotation as well. And Eli will pull the ripcord and at least move back a little bit. He's got a minute left on the clock. He's got the bomb on his back. And he's going to need an ace clutch to keep Sampi in this yet again. And it's a totally reasonable clutch as well. 34 HP on Susp, 8 HP on Adam B. Time continues to rot. Trying to play the game of reverse psychology perhaps to try and convince them it's going to be a different site. But his body should have been spotted at this point. The nade actually goes too far. And Eli actually gets himself another. The 20 seconds left on the clock. And that drop actually nets him down to 20 HP. But Susp has actually not moved a muscle. And with him not rotating, it makes the clutch that much easier. And susses out that 1v1. Gets himself and Metasport a 6th. And cracks the money. So well done to Susp. They finally hold strong on B.
Yeah, something a little bit better. Metasport secure themselves a decent half at least. Potential for it to go that little bit further. Make it 7 perhaps. A G to be deployed. Adam B cracking open first blood though. That's a lovely way to kick things off.
Lovely, lovely, lovely stuff to kickstart this round. Try to take the lead at the end of the half. And Susp will continue to jiggle peek here. He's got still a full belt of utility to expend. burns down Fino to 39. Can still smoke off if he so pleases. And he's got some quick rotations in ZTR and Nilo. The execution comes through. Subs gets one. Has an opportunity for another. They actually missed the Molotov in the back of Quad. But Eli still finds a way to get that kill back. But here's Nilo with this double. And ZTR to close it out. So there will be that slight lead for Metasport at the end of the half. 7-5 for them. And looking to close a chapter on this series with a unlikely overpass loss, nearly dropping the ball on Mirage, and finally finding some footing here on Vertigo. At the end of the day, it's all about the W, and if they can get the job done, I think nobody will bat an eye.
Yeah, absolutely. Here it is. Pistol round underway. Metasport, of course, with the advantage, with the lead here. USP is clattering away. Savannah could really do with a double here, and he's only good for the first. Tagged at least chimes in. And they've got a heavy defense here on the site. It's not too late for Metasport to just grab this bomb and back on out of there. That appears to be the plan. Perhaps not. Susp under a lot of pressure. He's low on health. If he dies here, the bomb's in no man's land, and that's round over. But he doesn't. He won't cower. And a beautiful headshot to bring it back onto a 3-on-3. Minute left on this clock, and they've still got options.
Chance now, re-aggression from Zedco. Trying to find himself back in an opening. And he does. Susp and that aforementioned bomb is dropped. ZTR gets nothing as well. And it's on to the big man Nilo. 1v3. You got a so-so game so far on Vertigo. But this clutch would mean so much to Metasport in terms of closing out this series. But so many men to deal with. And just shaves off one with a tap on a tagged. 25 seconds left, but surely he's aware of what's coming on the catwalk, but it's too much to handle. Zedco is there, taps away, and a sixth round rather for Sampi to lock in. And no bomb plant means I think we have an equalized game here on our hands.
Potentially so. Yeah, full eco probably means that this will go 7 apiece. It's been the recurring theme of this entire series, right? Just so back and forth. Once again, the Glocks do actually find themselves a kill. Susp had an opportunity there to maybe sneak a bomb plant. A slight window. Okay, all right. Oh my goodness. Okay, he does some decent damage, to be fair to him. But yeah, we'll tie up 7 apiece.
That's sound. Honestly, a great ego there for Susp. And Metasport will get the guns out. A chance to get themselves right back into the saddle again. And I'm curious to see what ZTR will call in this here round. I'm very keen on just calling default after default. Hasn't been too many set plays out of spawn, so to speak. And I understand that at this level, you just play so many rounds of Counter-Strike that it's hard to have those set plays to really net you some kills, those gimmick plays. Usually those are the ones that you pull off at a big LAN, but for right now, I'll continue that default spread. Try to force an issue on one part of the map, and it looks like it's going to be B this time around. And a minute 13. Get Susp nice, close, and personal. And really make Tagged feel the heat on the back of Quad.
position from Zedco. Not poking his head over just yet. He's very aware that they could pre-fire him if he gets a little too comfortable on that angle. Beautiful shot from Susp. That is so clean. That'll crack things open over on the B site. Tagged with a lot to do. A lot of weight on his shoulders here to try and make this happen. ZTR just chipping him away further, but damage elsewhere. This is doable still. Back and forth, Savannah takes one more, but he's lost alive. He's got it all to do. And HG's do some substantial damage, but still a 2v1 clutch required from him.
Very winnable clutch here, with still a smoke on the back of his belt. Deploys it almost instantaneously, but no kit. Means that this is going to be a 10-second defuse, or he's going to have to wipe the floor of ZTR. But as soon as the tap comes in, ZTR is there with the burst, and the clutch comes in for the Swedes. The lead is retaken, and the money is in quite an awkward situation there for Sampi. Only one player on 5k, but fantastic work here from Nilo in the middle lurk to at least get one. And wonderful work from ZTR, the captain, to lead by example, win out that clutch, and force Sampi into a very awkward double, or force buy, really, double eco in that sense. Savannah actually will be on the AWP instead.
Slow for now. Just really crossing their fingers that Savannah's AWP can hit some heroics here. That's what they need. Zedco's in a very good position. They're going to waltz right past him. Oh my goodness. Unchecked completely. Timing absolutely everything. And Zedco's got it down to the T for the first.
Oof. Great to get himself that double. But Jaquinho is there to respond in kind. So, chance now. But it's completely ripped away from Zedco. He stays alive for so long that they never could really nestle him at a ramp. And leave Suspect in a clutch. And we've had some great clutches from this guy throughout this series. But this is going to be a really tough one to post up, especially considering there's 20 seconds left on the clock. He gets rid of Zedco at the bottom of ramp, but he's going to try to hightail it to B. He's got 10 seconds left on the clock, more or less, and I don't think he'll be able to get the bomb plant, especially considering Tagged and Fino are here. They spot him on the cross. They're going to try to tap the fake. Tagged goes down, but Fino rather, will not swing. He goes down after time, but good attempt there from Esport, and a good attempt from Sus, but it's not enough to hold on to that lead.
So 8 apiece. And the money's scattered again. It's kind of all over the place. Over and over. Seems difficult to sort of keep hold of things. Double MP9s, 2 FOMASs, and M4 on Zedco on the other side of things. That, to be honest, is much of the same. Maybe a couple of less rifles, but still not looking good. Here in mid. Adam B. Oh, almost takes both. That would have been huge, but still a man advantage for the T side here.
Chance now, for sure. Even with this mismanaged buy. They make a lot of sound in middle, and I'm sure Eli has heard of this. I like the aggression from Savannah as well, so Metasport, whether they know it or not, are kind of boxed in here to go into B. Otherwise, heavy casualties are written in the stars if they're to move over to that A site. They decided to just reroute, move back to the B ramp instead, where Sampi are very happy to play retake. They kind of have no choice at this point in the man disadvantage. And still full belt of utility off of ZTR. ZTR can smoke off the CT spawn alongside Susp as well. And there it is. Get the bomb down. Eli will make his presence known. And Sampi, they kind of just have to hope that maybe Savannah's flank might net them a kill, an early kill. But if not, then this round is pretty much done and dusted, and Metasport can maybe claw things back again.
Nine to 8. Chance to maybe take a little bit more cash, though. There it is, Savannah. MP9. A little bit of free money, not too bad, nothing to grumble at. Bomb goes boom, he survives with 1 HP. 9 to 8, Metasport take the lead. This series has really, really gone the distance. Potential for even another overtime here in the third and final map. Seems to be the route we're going. We've gone back and forth, 1 round apiece for the last 4. Very difficult to determine a victor.
Critical juncture of this game. With Sampi on this force buy and a chance for Metasport to run away with this game. Nilo has snuck all the way out of middle and has just eviscerated the B defense. So has ZTR in CT spawn at this point. And the Elive will not have any awareness of how this has happened. So much passive play in the middle and B portion of the map that Metasport just have a free round on deck for themselves. Confirm themselves a 10th. Force the force buy of Sampi to save. And tee themselves up for double digits. What a defensive collapse there from Sampi.
Yeah, this is a bad time for it as well, right? Not what you want at a time like this. ZTR pressuring further as well. Savannah, he's been good on this MP9, and once again, he will deliver another frag, but obviously not going to change the outcome of the round at all.
A great round from Nilo on that contact in middle. And Sampi have another chance with 3 weapons at this time to try and pull things back. But Eli tagged, they'll be stuck to the default pistols. And Metasport have a chance to get that aforementioned 11th. Put themselves just 2 rounds away from advancing to the 1-0 bracket in this contender stage. And boy, oh boy, would it be an arduous task to get there. But if they get there, it is what it is. They're able to advance, and they wouldn't think anything of it.
Just an absolute cleanup here on the B site. No real resistance from Sampi. It feels like this might be the beginning of the end as we close in to what will be made an 11th here for Metasport. It's kind of wild that Remember how this one started, right? Remember how one-sided it was on Overpass, how it very much felt like we were gonna see a 2-0 outcome. How it ended up being the polar opposite. We found ourselves with a very, very close match in hand.
Terrorists win.
Last ditch effort now for Sampy. Fino gets his AWP, but only a couple kits in play. Savannah on that FAMAS. And Sampy running out of runway. Gonna be this quiet ramp take here from Metasport. Evading a lot of utility now to get themselves this space. I love this angle here from Zedco, but usually it's only good for one kill at the very least. And they actually pull away. So Zedco's going to get a lot of information here once this smoke fades that they've got all this ramp control. They can cheat over a third player if they so choose. And Metasport will continue to try and prod on that B stairs. Still not really needing to push the issue anywhere with 50 seconds left on the clock. And now Zedco decides to shimmy back out. Tries to take a duel, but Jaquinho's quick on the trigger. Beautiful kill for him, and Fino's right there to answer in kind. Now it's Savannah's turn to try and trade things out, but he can't get anything. Sus, meanwhile, on the B side of the map, has gotten a lure kill, and he's gotten himself the site. It's only the E-Live here. And I say only, he gets that frag, confirms things. 20 seconds left on the clock. Metasport are now put all the eggs in this basket, and they're going to find the reward for it. E-Live goes down. It's only Fino left up in the clutch, and it's a tough 1v2. Tag notifies Metasport of his location. They know where he's coming from, and they know how they can play this. But Nilo actually swings out. He swings out and offers up an opportunity for Fino. And now this is a very doable 1v1 for the Opper. Kit on his back, with no utility to potentially flush him out. DTR will show a little bit of face on the wood wall and knows that Fino's not on it at this point. Now Fino is. He's going to try to stick it, and there's a little bit of head showing. DTR is there. The captain steps up again with a massive, impactful clutch. 18 and 8 across Vertigo. Locks in map and match point for Metasport. And the Swedes look to just be knocking on the door of that 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, that's a big round. I can't believe that comes down to the 1v1. That was incredibly close, but yeah, obviously well played from ZTR at the end there. Massive stuff. And Sampy desperate to try and stay alive. Fino obviously with that AWP, but for everyone else, it's MP9s. It's a single FAMAS in the mix. Far from perfect, and doesn't look like it's going to be sufficient. We'll see. 4 chances to close this out for Metasport, and things will crack open with an early trade. One of the CT rifles gone already. And unretrievable.
Important to note that Nilo has gone down, and ZTR has been heavily tagged up as well, down to 14 HP. So it's going to be tough to break in here on this A side, especially considering how aggressive Zedco was. They get some good trades, but more HP damage taken to Adam B. Him down to 29 HP as well. But no immediate rotations here from the CTs, thinking that they're going to be pulling back, especially after the Swedes cut noise completely. Finally, Savannah has moved back over. And so is Fino. So there are answers to respond. There's enough utility on the back of the Swedish side to just execute onto the site straight up. They'll try to park Jaquinho or ZTR in the back of sandbags. They'll try to confirm this bomb plant. But, ooh, I think another tag on that Molotov for Savannah. And they should be aware that he's close by. But they haven't actually shown their face. And, oh my goodness, kills all over the shop. Molotov kill as well, but it's down to the 1v1. Savannah had a chance, or Susp had a chance, and Savannah pulls it through. It does come down to the nitty-gritty, but Sampi stay alive by the skin of their teeth. It's not going to be a pretty buy in the next, but at least, at the very least, they're still stuck in this series.
Ooh. Well, decent stuff from Sampi. As you say, it's a long way to go, right? But it's a step, it's a foot on the ladder, it's a step in the right direction. 3 more in a row to take us, not even for the win. This is for overtime. It'd be the second time we've seen it in the series, and almost the third. Remember, map number 2 went 13-11. Another boost up from Savannah. Sightline over the top, but don't follow anything just yet. Oh, that's messy. Tagged in a bit of trouble. H2e might chase him down. Oh my god, he's down to 10 points of health. Not quite finished off.
Movement back over to the A site, and Tag should be thanking his lucky stars that he's still alive. Into the 5v5, still nobody on Sampi trying to give away that opening 5v4. Tagged very keen on just playing headshot angles on that low HP. But 3 players managing to sneak their way through the ramp. And a chance to just burst on to the site itself. It's only Zedko. And he's had a massive game so far, but he can only get one. Chance now for Metasport to plant on that A bomb site, but they've pulled the ripcord. They pulled the ripcord and they've left Tagged on an island here. Sampi has only 1 player with 10 HP and he still stands up tall. But there's Nilo with the double kill. The lineup is there, and it's only Fino. Had a big clutch previously, but can't do it here. Jaquinho finishes it off. Metasport closes out the reverse sweep, and they'll be your final team to advance to the 1-0 bracket of the Swiss stage here, the Compass Contender stage. Fantastic work from them to pull it off, and you know, credit to Sampi for having a competitive game, but you know, I got to give it to Metasport. They just had the better map pool. We said it from the veto, from the get-go, and you know, they pulled it off at the end.
Yeah, it's the absolute testament, right, of having that 7-map pool. You get down to the 3rd, even when fatigue's setting in a little bit, and yeah, things aren't looking too good. They still have they've got that advantage, and that's always going to be an inherent advantage for them. When the going got tough, Sampi, they kept fighting, and they did well today. I'm actually impressed with how close they really made it, but unfortunately, just no cigar today. And yeah, it's a real shame for them. I think that could have been a big day for them. That could have been a big win and a big opportunity to sort of get some confidence flowing early on here in the tournament.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to them. I think they still have a really good shot at advancing to the next stage. There's definitely some beatable teams here, and I think we can probably end up seeing them in the 2-2 bracket and maybe try to make a run there. But keeping it competitive against Metasport was fantastic, and I'm really excited to see players like Elive, player like Zedko continue to pop off, because they've got a lot to give here.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I think we will. I think we'll see more of these guys. I think we'll see more good performances from them. As I say, this is a really good match to go back and watch and learn from, right? This is like a really, really good opportunity to sort of sit and have a demo where you played well, and there's lots of positives to take away, but also there were a few rounds, there were a few scenarios that they probably should have won. They just fell short. So being able to sort of sit down and say, okay, next time we need to do this differently in these situations and things like that is absolutely invaluable for a team. So yeah, a good day for them, and I think a lot of take homes, especially in the early stages here in the tournament where it's not make or break, right? It's not like they're going to be sort of sent home packing and super disappointed at the end of today. Obviously 2-2-1s today as well, so yeah, a contentious day. Counter-Strike, a full 6 maps, and yeah, we're certainly stretched today to the absolute maximum.
Yeah, and one side Sangal closing it out against alternate attacks, and here Metasport as well getting it done against Sampi. 70 kills for Nilo. Was a little quiet there on Vertigo, but really put in the hard hours on Mirage and Overpass. Susp had some incredible clutches there on Mirage. The captain ZTR did his job as well, and some impact from Adam B and Jaquinho across the board as well. So very well-rounded work there from Metasport. And on Sampi, really appreciated the kind of lurking from Zedco and some of that anchoring skill from players like Eli, especially.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 70 kills across the best of 3 is just monstrous from Nilo, right? Obviously, MR12 nowadays, so it's not like absolutely. Sorry, it's better than it was back when we were on MR15, right? Mm-hmm. It's quite difficult sometimes to gauge. You look at 70 kills, best of 3. Oh yeah, it's decent. But yeah, in the amount of rounds